Now, this definition actually points out that distress situations are a perfect storm for any kind of emotional distress in the human being. And if we talk about the scenario that we have been passing through for the last 2.5 years, is one of the perfect storm for any human being to be in a distress situation. So specifically, I have talked about the distress situation as COVID-19 pandemic that has engulfed the entire world, and I have specifically taken up the respondents in India because many researchers have been taken up in the Western world, but yes, there is lack of, or I should say, very limited research that has been taken up in India, and that's the reason I have actually explored this particular subject. So COVID-19 is one of the most serious distress scenario, and it has actually disrupted the normal life of the human being, and it has serious health implications. But what we see is the health implication that is talked a lot, financial implication that is talked a lot about the economic scenario, which has been the result because of pandemic. What has been largely ignored is the psychological and the mental effect of COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this is what has actually brought me to take up this particular research topic because what we see is we have to we have to ensure that human being that is one of the most important asset to an organization, to a family, that human unit need to be really resilient not only to the current pandemic, rather he should be resilient to any such future situation so that they remain sustainable, so that they are able to give to the best in whatever scenarios they may be in the future. Accordingly, the objective of my study is to watch the impact of distress situation, which I have specifically taken as pandemic, on the mental health of the Indians across the social demographics, and to suggest to the government, medical practitioners, and the psychological and mental health experts for an early intervention strategies for vulnerable group. Now, what these vulnerable group is, again, I have tried to identify in my research via certain tests that have been applied because to my surprise, even it was not all the negative emotions that have come out in this research. There were even positive emotions. So specifically, I have talked about those vulnerable group. There has to be certain strategies that need to be there. Now, coming to the literature review, if we see for the past researchers, they have actually talked about significant negative effect of any kind of a distress situation, and this negative effect has been actually talked in terms of depression, psychological distress, that I've actually talked about earlier, worry, functional impairment, anxiety, and reduced quality of life. Pandemic per se as a distress situation. It is not just having what we say as a financial implication or the health implication. We also see that there are certain non-COVID manifestations of pandemic, and this is something that I have been again talked in my research, and this is something in the form of mental and psychological effect of the pandemic. So again, if we see for the government data, that is actually talking about a lot about the health effect of the Indians. It is talking about a lot about the financial implication of the COVID-19. But again, what is missing is the psychological and the mental effect of the pandemic. And this is where I try to explore through my sample size what has been the effect of pandemic, the distress situation on the Indians. So this is the methodology that I have adopted. It is a convenience, non-probability convenience sampling using online questionnaire that has been circulated, and 871 usable responses from 1,000 respondents to whom these questionnaire has been circulated. A pre-test questionnaire was being used with two sections. For section 1 was about the social demographics, and section 2 had collected the information about the 12 emotions which were being rated on the semantic intervention scale from 1 to 5. Now, initially there were 10 such emotions that were being explored, but there was an open-ended questionnaire that was left in the pre-test during the pre-testing stage to identify for any other emotions that probably has not been covered in my research, and accordingly, at the end, I have added up two more emotions. So accordingly, there were 12 emotions that have been investigated in the current study. So the analysis was done using descriptive statistics. I have applied cluster analysis to categorize the respondents into different categories depending upon their emotional reflections that have been there. ANOVA analysis to see for significant differences. The hypothesis that is there, Indian differ in their emotions during the distress situation, and chi-square test was being applied to test the hypothesis that there exist socio-demographic differences in the observed cluster. Now, this is the socio-demographic profiling of the respondent. If you could see that there is almost an equal representation of the gender that has been ensured. Age-wise also, if we see that young, which accounts for 43.1% plus 9.9%, almost 53% of the respondents were young, so remaining were actually matured, and old people have also been accounted for. And another thing, if you would see for the family income, majority of the respondents belong to the middle income category, but then yes, there is a good representation of high income category, but yes, few less representation of low income category. This is again the lecture of the online survey that has been conducted. So this is the result of the cluster analysis. If you would see, cluster 1 actually depicts the negative emotion, and it is accounted, it shows that 200 respondents were being clustered using the cluster analysis. Cluster 2 represented positive emotions, and it accounted for 214 respondents, and cluster 3 was neutral response of the respondent, which had 457 respondents. And this is something being shown graphically in the form of mean centroid value. So wherever the middle line, which is somewhere around 0, it shows the neutral responses. The centroid mean value around 1 represents the positive emotion, and the centroid value, which shows the negative value of 1, reflects the negative emotions. Now, this is one way ANOVA analysis for differences in the cluster. If you would actually see for the p value, everywhere the p value is coming out to be significant, and these are the variables that have been explored, that have been, for which the information has been explored via the survey. Another important thing that I would like to tell over here is, if you would see with the cluster mean, for negative emotion, the cluster mean is actually somewhere around 2. The value is 2 for all the emotions. For the positive emotion, it is somewhere around 4, and for the neutral emotion, it is somewhere around 3. And this is something corresponding to 1 to 5 semantic dimension scale that has been used. For these socio-demographic differences in the 3 clusters, if you would see that age and occupation came out to be significant, but this was not the case with the gender and the income level. So if you see closely this particular analysis, just see for the cluster 1 in the age, there is majority of respondents who are in the cluster 1, and in the cluster 2, majority of respondents are mature, that is, who are above 31 years of age to 51 years and above. So this is something you would see that there is more positive response over there, and again corresponding to the age, we would see that students were having more negative emotions as compared to mature and the old people. Now, this is something that I've already talked about, discussed in my all the earlier slides. So due to paucity of time, just skipping up this slide, I'm just reflecting on the important point. Cluster 1, which accounts for 23% of the respondents, cluster 2, 25% of the respondent, and cluster 3, 52% of the respondent. So again, it shows, through the analysis, it shows that age-wise young, as well as occupation-wise, we see students, they are having more negative emotions. Now, implications of my study, yes, this is one of the distress situations that I have talked about, which is actually affecting every one of us pan-India. And so I have tried to investigate it, and what I actually find that, yes, it is not just the distress, the negative impact that the pandemic was having, there's also some certain positive impact. And if I would say the reflections would be in the form of cleaner air that we see at that time, it could be in the form of more time with the family we were able to spend, or it could be in the form of we were more relaxed in those in the initial years of the pandemic. Now this is again for certain categories, a particular cluster I am talking about. But one of the important thing that is there is the young Indians. The young Indians have been observed to be having more negative emotions during the cluster, and this is something worrisome, especially for our policy makers, because this is a cluster which has a long life, and they need to lead a quality life. Now there has to be certain interventions that need to be planned by the government, by the medical practitioners, in order to ensure that they remain resilient and sustainable in the future, because they have to provide support not only to themselves but also to their family and in the workplace scenario as well. So the limitation of my research is the first being that it has not gone to the root cause of the emotion, for which a qualitative study is actually needed. And yes, future research can take up this topic as a qualitative research. Thirdly, the sample size, though it is large, but it is I should say it is not so much robust, because largely it is concentrated in North India. So probably a pan India study which ensures that there is representation across India will be a better one thing. And yes, future research can explore each and every cluster independently, so that there could be proper intervention strategies that can be listed out, and these intervention strategies again can be tested using certain techniques to ensure that what has been the implication, what has been the effect of those intervention strategies. And I end my slide with the references. Thank you.
Tell me, madam, what is the novelty?
So nobility is something that's the current scenario we all are facing, and it's something that what we see in the data, the figures, the graphs, every day circulating in the newspaper is about these are the number of people who are affected by the COVID, and when we say COVID, it is actually the health implications that are being talked about, largely in terms of those who are being hospitalized, and or it could be in the form of economic effect of the pandemic. So what has been missing in these data is the emotional effect of pandemic on, specifically I'm talking about India here, because yes, there have been researches which are being taken up in the Western world, but then there is limited research that is being taken up.
My question is related to method. You said you first identified the cluster and then tested it for the analysis. So I think those clusters were formed organically. So when you do a difference of means for analysis like ANOVA, so when you have framed that hypothesis, there must have been some literature which might have guided you.
Yes, so see, these questions were not in the form of did you felt anxiety, or as I have told you, it's a semantic differential scale. So if I just come back.
No, then I understood what I'm saying is, in order to apply ANOVA, there has to be some basic theory which says there is likely to be difference in these groups. Yeah? Any statistical test. Now at the same time you frame the group which you were not knowing before the research was being carried out. So cluster were being formed
During the process. During the process.
And similarly, ANOVA is being applied on those clusters.
On those clusters.
So you can take only one position. The clusters are either not known to you,
yes,
or if you decided to go for ANOVA, then the clusters were known to you.
Sir, the point is, it's a totally organic research that has been taken up. So the point is, from the past researches, I have identified that in the Western countries, what all has been the emotional scenarios that they have explored. I use those emotional scenarios into 1 to 5 range, from being very sad to being happy or like this, and accordingly, then I applied the cluster analysis to categorize all the respondents. It could have happened that all the clusters would have said about we were feeling really negative about the pandemic, we were devastated about the pandemic. But to my surprise, if I just take away certain neutral respondent, there is always such kind of a thing which is always there in a survey. What I found is there's also positive responses that I found. So this is something, had I done certain kind of a pre-thing, I felt that this organic nature of clustering would be somewhere impacted.
No, I think what I'm trying to say is those clusters are not subject to any validation, right?
Okay, yes.
This
The test, yes.
This cluster might have emerged from your research,
Okay.
right?
Right. Validation has not been there for the
Yes.
yeah.
So that's what precisely. Maybe you picked up a wrong sample. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe you framed a wrong question.
Okay.
So, and generalizing based on what has been organically come out in your research, don't you think there should have been one step of validation this cluster, because why I'm saying it, cluster analysis comes under the family of exploratory researches. Yeah, correct. So those exploratory researches always suffers from the problem of generalizability. So an analysis of variance is actually going for generalizability. Right. So that is something I think from a statistics point of view, you could have used in one research, you could have used only
Validation of the
yes, and then
technique
probably
or something.
logically you would have left for the limitation or scope of further research, then you can go for difference of this risk cluster.
Right. I will take care of these.
Hello. See, I totally agree with what Professor Dangi has said. What I found in the whole, see, it's a process. Now, I myself have published the same paper, right? Cluster ANOVA and all, because we had, but until unless it has not been validated, like Sir has very rightly said, and what I have observed throughout the presentation, the literature part is not as strong as it should have been, because see, it's not emotional things and sad like stress, anxiety and depression and whatever, it's not new. There have been many studies on that. Not, it's not that you always have a cluster and a cluster analysis. The studies have already been done applying other statistical tools, the qualitative research is there. So simply saying that the validation from the existing literature part was, I think it was throughout missing in the paper. So sir has very rightly mentioned that we cannot claim that our clusters are absolutely right. So this is a serious limitation of the study which I have also observed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. uh, Happy for the thing that there is cluster two that shows positive emotions, that people were all not so much negative with the pandemic, because it is something I have always seen that it was a kind of a time when we can ponder what we actually want. So that time was being given to every one of us कि क्या करना है आगे, तो शायद वो positive effect मैं देख रही हूँ pandemic का. But yes, negative that have been repeatedly saying, it's a younger that I found, and this was when I started with the investigation, I have a thing कि शायद mature जिनकी jobs affect हुई हैं. I'm actually not so much happy in the sense that I need to explore it further via the intervention strategies. Neutral. Right, right. That's a lacuna again, I would say, for the online surveys, right? Online surveys, yeah. COVID protocol, just observing the COVID protocols, I could not do it as a personal interview where I could even explore further. But then, yes, whatever you have in your plate, you have to be satisfied. So that happened over here.
A very quick suggestion to you. I think we have to be very careful while highlighting the limitation or weaknesses of our study. You mentioned in your data also that because of the online thing, I could collect data from a particular
North
level
India,
of,
North
yeah,
India.
North India, plus a particular category of audience who uses internet, who are not right. So this is a very serious thing, and once a limitation becomes very important, we actually highlight it in the topic itself, and we confine it to this study belongs to a specific socio demographic audience, so that the one who is generalizing is not confused
So
with
the
the
topic
results.
need to be more specific.
It should be, I mean, it's an option that you qualify because it's a very serious limitation. So then you cannot generalize it further. So one who is reading your research is, yes, this is the study belongs to this audience, right?
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Mr. Jigmeet Stockton to please present the research paper. Please share the screen, sir.
Shall I?
Yeah,
Hello.
yes, you can share your screen, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Just share the screen, sir.
Just a minute, ma'am. You have my PPTs, ma'am. Could you please share from your side, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Just sharing the screen.
Is it is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's very much visible.
So a very good morning. Very good morning, to the session chair and other participants, and warm greetings from the mountainous region of Ladakh. I would also like to extend my thanks to RDIS for organizing such kind of research competition. And such kind of research competition would go a long way in helping early researchers like us. So my topic of presentation is minimalism and frugal innovation as means of promoting sustainability. So I have kept here one. I have chosen one background photo, and it shows it symbolizes minimalism and frugal innovation as well as sustainability. And this one is ice stupa, which is very popular in Himalayan region. Am I audible? Hello.
Hello, yes, you are audible.
Okay, okay, sir. So this one is the symbol of minimalism and frugal innovation in the entire Himalayan region. Because during winter we have so much water, and during summer we face the shortage of water. So that's why one of our Rolex awardee and Maxese awardee, his name is Sonam Mongchu. He has innovated this kind of innovation. So in the backdrop of this, and as well as on the basis of review of previous literature, I have chosen this topic, and this one is conceptual paper since I am the early researcher. So the just so in today's first changing and cutthroat competitive world, everyone is in the race to achieve growth at rapid pace, be it individual, organization, institutions, or for that matter government also. So but in the pursuit of development and growth, people tend to forget about how long these growth will sustain or last in the future. So in this context and against this background, minimalism and frugal innovation are considered as essential as an effective means to ensure sustainability. So minimalism has emerged as a fashion trend in today's world, where practitioners purpose on they deliberately lead a life with only minimum possible resources. And proponents of minimalism claim that minimalism lifestyle offers a moderate well-being benefits, including happiness and life satisfaction, meaning and improved personal relationship. But however, to date there has been a lack of study examining these claims. And apart from that, consumerism and materialistic values have potentially negative repercussions for individuals and for the society, like KSR 2002. And studies have also shown a connection between materialism, consumerism, and a lack of concern about the environment. As far as frugal innovation is concerned, it is nothing but doing more with less, and it is especially important and essential in emerging countries like ours, like India. And it has emerged as a novel way to serve low-income consumers in developing economies. That's why even sustainable business models are an emerging topic in the business world, and business discourse. And frugal innovation is often considered as an effective way to serve low income consumers, that too with sustainably. So many frugal innovations like Mitiku, like Tata Nano, these are emerging in developed as well as developing economies, and it can also be defined as a resource scarce solution developed under resource and other limitations, like for producing affordable, acceptable goods to serve customers who cannot afford conventional equivalents. Like, and India is also the center of frugal innovation, which is sometimes also referred to as jugaad in our Hindi. So, because the scholars argue that frugal innovation have significant potential for sustainable development, because they incorporate many sustainability elements out of necessity. Although sustainable development is rather nebulous term, I would say, because it broadly refers to accomplishing various economic, social, as well as environmental concerns. So according to Brundtland report, sustainable development is a kind of development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So my problems, objectives, and theories are that the increase in the number of innovation originating from emerging markets like India in recent years debunks the tradition that innovations are only developed in Western countries and European countries and transferred to the rest. Nowadays, we are also innovating many new things. And frugal innovation is all about innovating new things with the available resources. And it is perhaps the latest concept introduced in the management literature of such a paradigm. And scholars who are exploring this concept consistently claim that frugal innovation, is a promising way to serve poor people or the middle income people who are living in emerging countries and who cannot afford conventional products and who generally prefer minimalism. So, due to resource constraint, which is typical in emerging markets like India, consumers in these markets are very value conscious. They are very conscious about their environment. Many have only recently shifted from being non-consumers to being consumers. So in today's context, sustainability is an emerging topic in the business discourse, and apart from that, frugal innovation is also considered as an effective way to serve low-income customers sustainably. Many frugal innovations are coming from developed as well as developing economies like Bangladesh, India, China, and all those countries. So the main purpose or objective of this study is to understand the role of minimalism and frugal innovation in ensuring sustainability by using compulsion-based theory and theory of constraints. So there's a paucity of studies on minimalism and frugal innovation and their effectiveness in achieving sustainability in today's kind of market economy. So many studies have been done by various researchers, and they have found that affordable products and services are very important to meet the needs of underserved customers, and especially bottom of the pyramid customers. But at the same point of time, ensuring sustainability is also important to serve these customers sustainably. And that is why the main feasible approach for succeeding in developing countries is to develop a business model, sustainable business model, which revolves around frugal innovation and minimalism. So on the basis of previous literature and pertinent literature, we have framed three propositions. So first one is there's a positive and significant relationship between minimalism and frugal innovation. And second proposition is minimalism has a significant effect on sustainability. Third proposition is frugal innovation has a significant and positive effect on sustainability. So on the basis of previous literature and theories, we have framed this conceptual model. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
So this one is our conceptual model. Minimalism leads to frugal innovation, and minimalism also leads to sustainability, and minimalism and frugal innovation leads to sustainability. So now we are going to use these research tools when we go for data collection and data analysis. First one is confirmative factor analysis (CFA) because we'll be using scales from the seminal studies being done by earlier researcher, and for data analysis purpose we'll be using structural equation modeling. These proposed conceptual model can be empirically tested mainly by collecting responses from minimalists and people working in firms engaged in production of frugal products. And India is a good setting for frugal products by using either questionnaire or interview method. The items for measuring minimalism, frugal innovation, and sustainability can be borrowed from relevant seminal studies, being done by early researchers. So since our paper is conceptual, so from the conceptual viewpoint and from the review of literature, we came to know that minimalists who are happy with the bare minimum consumption, that essential minimum consumption lifestyles and approach, for example, voluntary simplicity, like austerity, live simply, and pro-sustainable behaviors have the tendency to avoid unnecessary consumption in possessions. And government across the world, they are emphasizing on austerity measures. So frugal innovation has been found to be quite effective to serve customers adequately with affordable solutions. In other words, it's all about doing more with less. In other words, we can say jugaad, but in positive context. The frugal innovations that originate at the grassroots level in emerging economies can have a significant impact on society because they serve underserved customers and promote sustainability. Sustainability by using whatever is in hand, that is, our available resources in a very optimal way. So our main research implications, that is policy implications and theoretical implications, are that this study shows that how to solve social problems with the out of the box business model, sustainable business model, in order to meet society's needs, affordably and sustainably. So it also talks about developing a frugal mindset, culture, attitude in scholars, managers, and policymakers essential for sustainable development. And frugal inventors at the grassroots level have an in-depth knowledge about the low-income customers of emerging economies. And when they are in dire need, affordable solutions present a precious value proposition for customers who are not in a position to afford the existing products or conventional products for that matter. So sustainability is also becoming increasingly important for business and society. That is why frugal innovations are effective means for achieving sustainable development goal of 2030. And they also create new types of employment generation and customer segments, and they empower local people and serve niche markets, especially BOP. So now researchers and practitioners should place strong emphasis on developing more and more frugal products with the minimalist approach to leave the earth at least livable for coming generations. So these are the few references. Thank you. Now any query, and please suggestion from the experts because I am the early researcher.
Yes, you might remember after this, right? Well, we thought it's really a good research issue, especially that global innovation and minimalism. So that's really, I mean, relatively a new area, and we compliment for pursuing in that direction. Uh, was there some sort of confusion because we thought maybe when we started off, we thought we are going to test the relationship between the variables, and then suddenly we realized that you are actually proposing that this could be a relationship, right?
Yes.
So it appears that it's a very early stage of your research work wherein you are working on that. So my suggestion, I mean, as you yourself have said that it's more of a conceptual research.
Yes,
So
sir.
my suggestion is, in order to arrive at the model which you are proposing,
Yes, sir.
there should be a very rigorous and very foolproof way of arriving at the model. Maybe you can think of doing more rigorous literature review in the help of SLR or maybe a bibliometric or something which is more rigorous. So that would weed out, no, because some of the references which you are making in 1997 references, which is after 25 years may or may not be that much relevant. So that's
Yes,
one
yes,
which you should be
yes,
careful.
yes, sir.
And the second thing is, before going to the SEM kind of stuff wherein you are actually testing the theory, I would suggest to go for some sort of kind of a qual approach wherein you go and talk to the people, maybe in the form of IDIs or focus group discussion, then come out with the variable, and then probably thinking of a quantitative kind of analysis. And even
Okay.
those quantitative, you need to be really careful because your model clearly says that the a variable is actually mediating the relationship between your dependent and independent, which
Okay.
we have not talked about. So, but it's too early to say that this fugal innovation would mediate the relationship. So these
Okay.
are the things which you should be careful while pursuing your research further. But it's really heartening that somebody from Ladakh sitting at so different place, presenting here in this Anusandhan, is really very satisfying feeling. And it's a very interesting topic. That's all from my side. Over to
Thank you
you.
so much for your advice, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is Dr. Anusandhan. I congratulate you for taking up this topic and working hard on this. But what Professor Gandhi has suggested is absolutely correct, and I will add on some important aspects into it. See, you started with certain definitions, certain meanings, with certain very old references. That's fine to start with, but it is very important to figure out certain latest developments in the field. Because until unless or you just prove that no studies have taken place in the last 10 years or 20 years or 15 years. Okay. So from jumping from definition directly to structural equation modeling seems, a very big leap without any support of literature. Because if you see some good international papers for deriving a hypothesis, one has to write intense literature, and then you can jot down the hypothesis. We cannot do research in isolation. One more thing, can you just go back to your model and the hypothesis for a while? Just
Okay, sir,
check
just a minute, sir.
propositions that you have prepared.
Just a minute, sir.
Okay, anyway, you just check out you have proposed three relationships in your model and match them correctly with the propositions. I found that there is one correlation, then one regression, then okay. So you see that, but that is always on a later stage. If you read out certain good number of papers, like hundred of papers in related areas, so you will find that various relationships have been already established. Uh, that would show you some light to prepare the model, right? That is what my suggestion is.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Although, sir, I have incorporated some latest, papers like Lewis and Pennington, whose 2020, whose paper was appeared in International Journal of Applied Positive Psychology, and similarly, Mokhtar Hussain in 2021, he talks about frugal innovation, SLR in technology, in Journal of Technology in Society. So I've referred some, around 60, around 60 plus, research papers which are latest in nature, like after 2019, sir.
Yeah, then you should have shown them in the presentation actually when you started, and then it's a hierarchical process, like how the development has taken place in the research, and then we propose
Yes.
our model after finding the gap, right?
Yes.
So that is what. Thank you.
There was a limitation on the slide, number of slides and the number of references, sir. So that is why I have quoted only 5 references, sir.
No problem. Any question from the audience? All right. We can ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Next, we have Miss Ritika Sharma. Should we start? Like, it's not full screen, sir. Should I start, sir? Either way.
Yeah, please start.
Okay. A very good morning to one and all. My name is Ritika Sharma and I am a research scholar, Department of Management, Birla Institute of Technology, Mesta, Noida campus. And I'm here today to present on the topic Workplace Bullying, a Threat to Social Sustainability in Healthcare Ecosystem. What is work? Work provides us a sense of identity and purpose in life, whereas workplace can be a site of productivity and a wellspring of joy and happiness. When we particularly talk about healthcare architecture, it facilitates connections, improves access, also improves health and enhances the equity of the healthcare organization. In a healthcare setting, social sustainability relates directly to the ability of the hospitals and the healthcare organizations in order to enhance the work life of the population and also their employees. But unreasonable work demands and workplace stressors can prompt negative employee and organizational consequences. Workplace bullying is such a salient occupational stressor which is characterized by negative interpersonal acts towards the employees at their workplaces, such as unreasonable work demands, excessive workload, insults, rumors, spreading of rumors, etc. It could even be physical in nature. Workplace bullying is directly proportional to employee withdrawal related correlates such as diminished job performances, voluntary workplace behaviors such as citizenship behaviors, constructive deviant behaviors, increment in the deviant behaviors, turnover, and absenteeism. Therefore, it is a threat to social sustainability in healthcare ecosystem. The literature suggests that the likelihood of workplace bullying occurring at a healthcare setting is 3 times when compared to any other industry, which proves that it has a potential to jeopardize the welfare of both the healthcare workers as well as that the patients. In the current pandemic scenario, we have seen incessant incidents of bullying among healthcare workers in Indian healthcare organizations, wherein it impacts the overall functioning of the organization and well-being of the healthcare ecosystem. The objective of this empirical study is to reconorate the existence of this occupational stressor among healthcare employees, as well as exploring its relationship with employee behavioral outcomes and the psychological mechanisms underlying in order to ensure social sustainability in a healthcare ecosystem. Along with the literature, we have taken support of various established theories in order to formulate our hypothesis for the current study. Firstly, the emotion-centered model of employee behavior, which suggests that any kind of a negative workplace behavior, such as workplace bullying, can negatively relate to the withdrawal of voluntary employee behaviors. Therefore, based on this theory, we have hypothesized that the presence of workplace bullying is negatively related with the voluntary behavior outcomes, jeopardizing the sustainability of healthcare ecosystem. Effective events theory and negative reciprocity norm of social exchange theory suggests that any effective event such as workplace bullying can relate to the PCW, the PCV, that is a psychological contract violation among employees. And based on these theories, psychological contract is hypothesized to be the mediator between the workplace bullying and the voluntary workplace behaviors. Lastly, we have taken support of the conservation of resources theory, which suggests that when faced with such atrocities at workplace, employees try to conserve and reserve their remaining resources, which they value the most. For example, the time, the money invested, their dignity at work, as well as self-respect. So on the basis of this theory, we have hypothesized that forgiveness can act as a coping mechanism when faced with atrocities at workplace among healthcare employees. Basis these, we have formulated these hypotheses and provide a conceptual model wherein we can see workplace bullying is measured via work-related bullying, person-related bullying, and physical intimidating bullying. And healthcare organization well-being is identified with voluntary citizenship behaviors and constructive deviant behaviors, wherein psychological contract violation acts as a mediator and forgiveness acts as a forgiveness. Forgiveness acts as a moderator. When we talk about the sample, we have on the basis of judgmental sampling, that is a non-probability sampling technique, we have chosen Indian government healthcare organizations operating in Delhi region. Basis Nasan et al. 2009 suggestion, we have taken only those employees and those doctors who have a minimum of 6 months of work experience at their workplace. Data collection is done through the questionnaire method with adapted standardized scales, mainly in English language, wherein total statements were 44. We have approached and total 445 respondents volunteered to participate in the study, wherein after data cleaning, it was found out 405 respondents, which gives us the response rate of 91.1%. In order to determine the sample size, we have used G-Power software, wherein the power of 0.95 was derived, which was above the acceptable value of 0.80, which suggests that a sample of 405 respondents were adequate for conducting the instance study. The preliminary data analysis, these are the descriptive statistics. We can see that out of total 405 total respondents, there was an equal proportion of males, that is 206 males, and 199 were females. We have taken junior resident doctors and senior resident doctors as our samples. In terms of residency, 165 were from first year, second year were 119, and second year were 121, and third year were 119 respondents, giving us a total of respondents of 405. In order to assess the common method bias in our study, we have conducted Herman's single factor analysis, which suggests that there is no common method bias in our study, with a variance of 34.925. For the final data analysis, we have analyzed the data of 405 respondents using PLSM. PLSM is preferred in this particular study, reason being because of its high degree of statistical power of analyzing composite models. In this study, we have two composite models, that is the second order reflective formative constructs, that is workplace bullying and organizational well-being. And also PLSM is an acceptable method of analyzing the data with the capacity to optimize the prediction. Firstly, we have measured the model assessment, the measurement model assessment, wherein the reliability and the validity checks were conducted. The reliability, internal reliability was measured through Cronbag alpha, rho, CR, which was above the threshold limit of 0.70, and internal reliability, validity, conversion validity, and discriminant validity were measured. Conversion validity was established via ABE, which was also found above the threshold limit of 0.50, and discriminant validity was measured through HT-MT ratio, which was also found within the prescribed limits. When we talk about the structural model assessment, once we through with the measurement model assessment, we went through the structural model assessment, wherein 6 criteria were met, namely VIFs. All the inner VIFs were under the the prescribed limit of 3.33. R square was within the limits, which suggests with a high, which found to be significantly moderate to high, with a percentage of R square of 35.8%. Effect size was also measured, wherein PCV discloses a weak effect size, whereas bullying discloses a moderate effect size. Q square, our results were can be journalized, and it indicates a sufficient predictive power of our results, wherein the Q square limits were within the prescribed limit. SRMR value of 0.53, suggesting that the proposed model have a good explanatory power. These are the path coefficient significance. Hypothesis testing was done through the bootstrapping method of 5,000 subsamples in PLS algorithm, wherein all the path coefficients values were within the prescribed limit, supporting all our hypotheses. Conclusions and implications. Our study results are consistent with AET and SET theories, suggesting that any kind of a negative experience will lead to the negative negative embitterment and betrayal in the form of PCV, which ultimately would result into the withdrawal of the voluntary employee behaviors, which are very indispensable and crucial for the well-being of an healthcare organization and to enhance the social sustainability in a healthcare ecosystem. Consistent with CUR theory, forgiveness was found to be acting as a moderator and it ensures the social sustainability in a healthcare ecosystem, thus instituting uniqueness to study. Implications. This study manifests the importance of creating a workplace milieu in order to sustain the healthcare ecosystem amid COVID-19, wherein managerial implications can be the establishing of the anti-bullying programs and introducing of awareness programs such as Stop It. The employees must be escorted by chaperones or there must be escorts in order to provide them safety at workplace and also to establish an independent body to register complaints. For the stakeholders and the society, this study implicates the adversarial impact of workplace bullying on healthcare services and also the quality of the treatment which is provided and the safety of the patients and for enhancing the innovative work behaviors among employees. It also have emphasize on the paradigm shift in obligatory promises from transactional to relational ones. There are limitations to this study. We have taken a gender blind perspective while conducting this study. So future researchers can take, since bullying is a gendered phenomena and it can result into different results among men and women. So future researchers can take a gender perspective substantiating our study's result. Also, we cannot differ with the social biasness while replying to the questionnaires. And the future scope of research could be there should be a qualitative study conducted in this field in order to identify more moderators which can ensure social sustainability among healthcare employees. There are some references, and with this I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritika.
Welcome, sir.
Very powerful presentation. Right?
Thank you, sir.
Seems it's your doctoral work which you're doing, or?
So this is my doctoral work.
Yeah, so that rigor was very much appreciated. I have a couple of suggestions.
Please, sir.
Any questions? Have you submitted your?
Sir, I'm about to submit.
Yeah, then all the more those suggestions you can.
Sure, sir.
See, you said you use non-probability sampling, and then you are referring to the G bar to decide the sample size. To my understanding, G bar is more suitable for a probability kind of sampling. No, wherein it asks for what is the power of statistics you want, what is the level of significance, and what is the approximate error you want, and then it on a back end it calculates the formula and it gives you the. But that is for random sample.
Okay, sir.
So it's slightly contradiction here. I have no issue with the non-probability sampling, but that needs to be supported by the relevant argument, not by the G bar.
Sure, sir.
Because you have to read in what cases G bar is used.
Okay, sir.
And what are the parameters on the basis of which G bar is calculated? And similarly, choice of PLSM, the argument which you are building has also a negative side of it because PLSM is its own limitation because it's not that statistical robust because the extraction that is being, unlike covariance based SEM like MOS or other software, we choose maximum likelihood estimation,
Okay,
which
sir.
is more generalizable,
Okay.
right? Though it's a requirement of a distribution and all of that, but then the results are more generalizable. You can generalize the result of sample for the population,
Yes, sir.
which is not the case in the PLSM because here you are compromising on that part. The extraction method is different and it has own limitation. So a lot of people say that PLSM is more of an exploratory rather than a confirmatory approach. Have you been developing a theory? Then PLSM is better. But
Okay,
it
sir.
appears that you are testing the theory rather than developing a theory.
Okay,
So
sir.
if you are testing a theory, then people might ask you why haven't you gone for a covariance based? So you have to come out with a very strong reason. If somebody asks you at later stage, why you have not used a covariance based? Simply saying that I had a second order construct and
Okay.
reflective formatting, that's not a valid argument. Third thing, what appears to me, though I like that you focus not on statistics, but in this jargonization and statistical analysis, more emphasis should have been given to what exactly come out with those in reference to the question which has been asked. Statistics is just a mean, but in your entire presentation, you devoted 70%, 60% time in explaining the statistical procedure. I would have been happy if you said, this is my research question, this has come out, and there are linkages, and what can be done. So that balance could have been.
Sir, if time given, I can explain further.
No, not an issue. But you were given 10 minutes, so you
Sure,
have
sir.
chosen what
Sure,
to
sure,
highlight
sir.
and what not.
Sure, sir. I'll take all the points in mind. Thank you, sir. Sir, firstly, I have a medical background. My father is in a medical business. So I used to go along with him and I see the atrocities towards the workers out there. I have some healthcare workers as my friends as well. Sure, sir. Sir, I have a contra view on this. Since employee status is not given to the resident doctors, but most of the healthcare services are being provided by the resident doctors in any healthcare setting. They are enrolled on the basis of salary also there, wherein they get the stipend. And if you go to the government healthcare organizations, the whole system is supported by the resident doctors. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so, therefore, I think the results came out it very differently from the literature. Forgiveness among the bullied employees, or I would say the resident doctors, come because they have invested a lot of time, energy, and their youth. Even I conducted a qualitative study wherein I have found people saying, resident doctors saying that we just forget and forgive because we have invested a lot of time in this. So therefore, I think these
The
results
simple
came.
reason that sir has mentioned, na, because
Yes.
they have very less time to spend. So why to
Yes.
give attention to something which is not important? But if you have to pass on a long time in the same organization, it is a very serious matter, because every day and for the whole life or for 15-20 years you will have to bear it. So it's a very important aspect that you should highlight in the scope of the study.
Sure, sir.
That is a scenario of your study basically.
Okay, sir. Sure, sure. I would just
Yeah,
take this
okay.
into account.
So I have a few questions. I mean, not few. I mean, one or two questions. How many items were there in the scale?
44, sir.
44. And how many constructs did you derive?
Sir, there are five constructs mainly.
Five constructs.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, okay. I'm just number. Why did you apply Herman single factor for CMB? It is an outdated method which has
Okay.
not been followed by anyone now.
Okay.
Because see, the logic is, if you have say 44 variables and you are extracting and you have found out the say 5 constructs, generally in factor analysis it comes out to be 75% to 85%.
Okay.
Now 75% to 85%, anyhow in principal component analysis, it would, the first factor or any single factor would never cross 50%.
Okay.
You see it now,
Yes, sir.
because you have 5 constructs, 85% of
Yes,
the,
sir.
so roughly it comes out to 17%, but it is never equal, we know. First component extracts the maximum, but it is almost always not more than 50%. So Harman single factor itself is biased.
Okay.
So how it will remove the biasness? Now it is outdated. Even if you report it, last time I was reading the examiner's report of a scholar, and it was highlighted that why you applied Harman single factor. Okay,
So,
so
sir, if I may ask you, like, what should
but
we?
now there are a priori methods, say,
Okay.
comprehensive CFA marker approach.
Okay, sir.
Okay, comprehensive CFA marker approach now you cannot apply because you have already collected data.
Yes, sir.
Right, this is the limitation. It
Okay.
is an a priori method. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so reporting it sometimes is very risky.
Okay, sir.
This
I'll
is my
take care of it.
suggestion. Okay, and then last, in the last slide you mentioned that your results are consistent with
With
us,
AET and
with
FET
this and that.
theories.
So what is your contribution, just in one line?
Sir, I would say that this study is like manifests the importance of creating a work bully behavior, work free bully work. Sorry, I'm so sorry. This I think this study manifests the importance of creating a bully-free work milieu in healthcare organization, because we have emphasized on this topic. Reason being, there are a lot of, amid COVID-19, I have witnessed there are healthcare atrocities among healthcare employees as well. They have faced plethora of outrageous, like they have faced a lot of atrocities amid COVID-19. So this particular study emphasized that why we should create a bully-free work milieu in order to survive the healthcare system, to provide quality treatment to the patients, and also to enhance the innovative work
Did you collect
behaviors.
data during COVID?
No, sir.
I think it is a
No, sir.
pre-COVID thing, no?
Yes, it's a pre-COVID
So
thing.
all the findings belong to a normal scenario.
Normal scenario. So,
Right.
sir, I think in COVID-19 we have witnessed healthcare to be crushing, but in general scenario also the healthcare workers are overburdened with work in government healthcare sector specifically. So, this study will emphasize and it will suggest the stakeholders and the society to implicate the adversarial effects of workplace bullying on the healthcare services. How the quality treatment could be affected with the presence of workplace bullying in Indian healthcare organizations.
Have you mentioned quality treatment as a construct
Sorry?
in your study? Quality
No,
treatment.
sir.
So
No, sir.
then don't give this finding, Ritika.
Okay, sir.
Please.
So, sir, I would suggest that
What?
how I contributed to the knowledge bank,
Huh.
that I've highlighted
So
the relation
you
between.
think over it.
Yes.
You think over. Simply confirming to the literature is not a finding.
Sir, I have
So
found a relation between workplace bullying and the constructive deviant behavior, which has not been studied
yes,
before.
that is the
Yes.
new contribution that you
Yes,
have
sir.
made
So,
to the
sir,
study, right?
wherein the constructive deviant behaviors are being suffered due to the presence of healthcare, workplace bullying among healthcare employees. So, and it is very crucial for the
Okay.
well-being of the social sustainability.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was really a hard work. I have seen it.
Thank you,
Good.
sir. Thank you.
Nice
Thank
work.
you.
I would request Mr. Shubham Shah to please start with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start with the sharing of the screen, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Is it visible? Hello.
Have you shared your screen?
Yes, sir. I have
Just
shared my
go to
screen.
the presentation, your presentation. Yes, click on the presentation, maximize it.
Okay, sir.
Now it's
So
visible.
now it
Now
is
it's
visible.
visible. Then, ma'am, can we just double click on that presentation? Something like that's it's little bigger size.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can hide us. I mean, that's fine.
Okay, sir. Can I start, sir?
Yes, yes, you can start, please.
So, very good afternoon to the panel, respected professors, researchers, and everyone present here. I am Shubham Shah, research scholar from Department of Commerce, Kuch Bihar Panchanan, Burma University, West Bengal. Today, I am here to present my paper, Impact of COVID-19 and Optimum Portfolio Selection Model, an empirical study under Bombay Stock Exchange. The paper has been completed under the supervision of my guide, Dr. Amit Kundu sir, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Kuch Bihar Panchanan, Burma University. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank Rukmani Devi Institute of Advanced Studies for organizing such an amazing program, Anusandhan 2022, and giving me an opportunity to be a part of it. I hope the session will be very helpful and interesting for all of us. So without wasting any time, I would like to start my presentation. India is one of the fastest growing and developing countries in Asia, and Indian stock market plays a vital role in the country's economy and growth. As we know, there are two main stock exchanges in India, National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange. Since
Shubham, sorry to interrupt you. Can you come to the objectives part? Because this is a generic theory we all know.
okay, okay, sir.
So
Can I start with literature review, sir?
you can come to the objectives and then models you have used or the
Okay,
methodology you have used. That's more important.
okay, sir. So, coming to the research gap of the study tries to track the impact of COVID-19 on the Bombay Stock Exchange, while at the same time it searches for the investment opportunity for those who are willing to invest their money in the market. The proposed optimal portfolio selection model would assist investors to take their decision wisely so that they could achieve their greatest expected return with taking the minimum level of risk. Now, someone may think for whom this study is relevant or who are benefited from the study. So, I would say the main objective of this study is to contribute in the existing knowledge of the investors and portfolio managers who are willing to invest their money in the Indian stock market so that they could invest their money in such a portfolio that fulfills their desires. So the basic two objective of this study is to track the impact of COVID-19, and the second one is to find the optimum portfolio that maximizes the expected return and the investment for an investor that maximizes the expected return and minimizes the risk associated with the portfolio. The secondary data has been used in the study, which has been collected from the official website of investing.com. Daily closing prices and volume of Sensex 30 index and all the 30 securities from it has been considered from the time period of 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2022 to conduct the empirical analysis. Coming to the literature review part, a number of research were done in the past in this area of research. Researchers have used different methods and techniques and contributed a lot in this area. And the common goal among all of them were to maximize the returns of an investor and minimize the volatility associated with the portfolio. Some of the works are represented in this slide, and among them, the most important one is Markowitz's works. He gave the mean variance model, which assists investors to select the optimum portfolio by analyzing various possible portfolios, and also he is known as the father of the modern portfolio theory. Apart from that, many other important researches have been conducted in the past, as I have some of them are mentioned here. So coming to the methodology part, I have used this methodology to conduct my study, and the fundamental analysis of all the 30 securities like market capital, profit earning ratio, earning per share, and beta coefficient are mentioned in this table 1. Coming to the empirical findings and discussion, the considered time frame has been break down into during COVID, during COVID, pre-COVID, and past COVID situation to track the impact of pandemic in the market. Figure 1 shows that the average closing prices of all the 30 securities, whereas figure 2 and figure 3 shows the percentage changes in returns and average volume of all the 30 securities. So it has been observed from all these figures that share prices were started to fall with the announcement of 21-day lockdown, and the volume has been also fell down. But there was no continuous downfall in the volume of the securities and prices as well. And the prices again started posting gains after 25th March 2020. So it is clear from this that COVID-19 has an effect on stock market, but for a very short span of time. Coming to the figure 4 and 5, it shows the price of an Sensex 30 and the standardized volume of Sensex 30, which also clearly indicates that it fell down in the lockdown period, but there was no continuous downfall, and which clearly states that investors had a pessimistic mentality in that period, as due to the fall in the prices of the securities. On the other side of this picture states that investors might have an opportunity to grab it both-handedly. So to study this opportunity, the further studies has been done. The statistics of all these 30 securities are mentioned here, and it is graphically presented in slide. As we have observed that from all these 30 securities, Bajaj Finance has the highest average return, whereas IndusInd Bank has the highest annual variance as well as standard deviation. Now we have equally distributed the weight into the equally weighted portfolio and calculated the expected return, risk and Sharpe ratio of equally weighted portfolio. Then we have used the Excel solver and get the optimally weighted portfolio, which shows that optimal weighted portfolio has a higher expected return comparing to the previous equally weighted portfolio, and it has also risk has been reduced, whereas the Sharpe ratio has been increased in the optimal weighted portfolio. As you can see in the slide, the Sharpe ratio has been increased and the expected return has been increased, whereas the risk has been decreased. Then after we have drawn the efficient frontier table, which shows all the various possible portfolios while including all the 30 securities, as well as we have constructed the efficient frontier points, and it is shown in this graphical presentation as well. Then after we have constructed the efficient frontier curve and relevant points, and efficient frontier curve with the risk-free asset, that is the market capital line, and it has been observed that from the previous slide, it has been observed that portfolio 2 to portfolio 10 constructs the efficient frontier. That is the one in which there are no other portfolios having the same expected return or more expected return with taking the less risk. So, so it is found that So as you can see that portfolio 8 has the highest Sharpe ratio, and also it has the highest expected return with taking the minimum level of risk. So it has been found that portfolio 8 is our optimum portfolio, which gives the maximum returns with taking the minimum level of risk. So coming to the conclusion of my study, firstly I found that mostly all of the sectors were adversely affected, whereas some of sectors were done good business in this time frame, like pharmaceutical sectors, because due to the higher demand of the medicine and these types of equipment. Further, as a whole, we can say that COVID-19 has a negative influence on the Indian stock market, but for a short time. Further, the study states that the portfolio 8 is the optimal one in which by investing an investor can gain maximum expected return with minimizing the associated risk of the portfolio. In the optimal portfolio, it has been found that Infosys Limited and Titan Company has the highest weights. So we can conclude in such a way that though COVID-19 has affected the stock market, but still investors have an opportunity to invest their money in the optimum portfolio in order to achieve the greatest expected return for a certain level of risk. And to reduce the risk associated with their portfolio, they can diversify their investment throughout the uncorrelated or negatively correlated securities. My limitation, or you can say the further scope in this study is to, we have only considered those securities which are listed under BSC, whereas the securities listed under NSC should also be considered for the improvement in this research area. The correlation between the securities is a key factor regarding the portfolio diversification as suggested by Markowitz to reduce the risk of their portfolio. Also the study of the volatility transmission is and other techniques could improve the accuracy and the calculation, which calculation and estimation, and a lot of new ideas may open many gates in this research area. So there are some references to my studies, and that is all from my side. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Shubham. Your topic is very, very interesting, especially those who invest.
Thank you,
But
sir.
I have a few, observations and few very important points. My
Yes, sir.
question is that when we talk about an optimum portfolio, it should be created from the data of normalcy, or it should be created from the data of some abnormal situation.
So it should be
Yeah.
considered from normal situation, sir.
But you have suggested from the abnormal situation, isn't it?
No, no, sir. The data has been split into four parts to track the impact of COVID-19. But to study the optimum portfolio analysis, we have used the normal data.
So which time period data you have used for
I have used
recommending the
2017 to 2021, sir.
2017 to 21, but
Yes, sir.
COVID breakout happened in March
Yes,
2020.
sir.
You have mentioned that there was a extreme downfall and the market was
Yes,
almost
sir.
bottom out.
Okay.
So at the bottom, you are including that period from March 2020 to 2021 also, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes.
in that duration, market gave huge returns, almost doubled.
Yes, sir.
Almost doubled. So that is an abnormal period, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Of
So
course.
that should have not been included.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Of course.
You accept it, right?
Yes, sir.
Second is, it is very important to figure out the entry point in the market. It is
Yes, sir.
not about the expected returns always.
Of course, sir.
So have you suggested any entry points in the market?
No,
Because
sir.
you talked about Bajaj Finance. Bajaj
Yes.
Finance was bottomed out at 1800 somewhere in 2020, and then it reached above 7000. Now it is selling at 5400. So how can I believe of on your portfolio? If it is
Sorry, sir. I
because
have not worked in this.
how can I believe that your portfolio is an optimum portfolio, because there is no entry point in it? That
Yes,
where
sir.
to from, see, if I enter at the top, any optimum portfolio would give me a bad return,
Yes, sir.
right? Can
Okay,
you
sir.
explain, like, what is the entry
Uh,
point? Have you
no,
suggested
sorry,
any
sir.
good entry point?
No, sir. I have not worked in this part.
Because see, from March 2020, anybody who you could invest in Reliance, Bajaj, any of the blue chips, and it would
Yes,
have
sir.
doubled your money, even more than that,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Three times or four times. So I think that was an abnormal situation. So we cannot recommend a portfolio based on that data, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's all from my side.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Well, Shubham, I have one observation and one question.
Sorry, sir. I cannot hear you.
This is Samantha Dani. Can you hear me?
Sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Whatever I'm sitting in, just next to. Okay, then.
I don't know. Maybe this is just
Am I audible, friend?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Oh,
it's a magic.
that's an advantage of online. Yeah. So I have one observation
Yes, sir.
and one question also. So, see, PowerPoint presentation is essentially meant for a bullet points to make your presentation.
Yes,
For
sir.
me, it appears to be, though I'm using spectacles, but I realized that no, I had a tough time in reading out what all was being written. So I wish my organizer would have given the no hard copy of the presentation that I have read, because you have not optimally utilized the feature of PowerPoint. What I'm trying to say is you should have used a bullet point, maybe a bigger font size. That
Okay,
could
sir.
help your audience to understand. Right.
Okay,
So
sir.
whenever you present a PowerPoint kind of thing, make sure that it doesn't look like a Microsoft Word document.
Okay, sir.
And Number two is, in your title you use the term impact.
Yes, sir.
Most of the description you have used the term effect. So can you differentiate between the term impact and effect? Had your title changed to effect, what would be the difference in the research work you have done?
Sir, I have done the impact portion.
So had it been effect, what would be the difference in the research work, or that's not doable?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't differentiate it.
No, I can, this could you take it, you could take it up, because I think you might be doing a PhD or might be writing a paper, and let's say somewhere this observation comes out. So you have to see whether it was an effect or impact. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Shubham. This
Yes,
is
sir.
Pushpendra here. Uh, what is the objective of your study? I mean, the question why you want to do this study? So have you
Yes,
asked this
sir.
question?
Primarily, there are two objectives. First, to know how the COVID-19 has impacted the Indian stock market, and the second, in that situation, how the investors can invest their money in order to maximize their returns.
So have you achieved your objective?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so COVID has gone. Now, what is the point of this study now?
Sorry, sir. This study can be extended further, including other securities listed under NSC, and other tools can improve this study by extending the time period by selecting the optimum portfolio.
Okay, my observation is about many of these studies is that they are being done without being having any objective. I mean, any beneficiary of that research paper or research. So
Yeah.
that is my observation, because most of the researchers are not, they have not seen any beneficiary while conducting the research. So the
Sir,
same,
this may
because
help to an investor who is interested while investing his money in the market. He can consider this study for his investment decisions.
so what you suggest to the investor, if another COVID comes, what you suggest? They should invest or they should not invest?
Yes, sir. Accordingly, they could check the data and they can find the
That is
optimum portfolio.
that every investor does. They
Yes,
check the
sir.
data and then they invest. So what is your suggestion? What your study says? This kind of pandemic helps in investing or they discourage investing?
Yes, sir. It helps because the market share prices were gone down, and this can be an opportunity for those investors who can buy at that time, and after some time it will always increase in the prices, and that may help in their getting higher returns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Dr. Bhavin Rajput.
Shall I start? Okay. I'm Dr. Bhavin Rajput, Assistant Professor from the Faculty of Commerce, the Maharaja Sajirao University of Baroda from Gujarat. Uh, I think we all are the victim of COVID-19, and uh, it gives that, sorry, to protect ourselves, we need to take a booster dose. Likewise, in the insurance industry, currently insurance industry is facing challenges in India, and now The insurers, the current operating structure of the insurance companies is under the pressure. So the insurers look for the sustainable insurance ecosystem and which work as a booster dose to revitalize operating efficiency. Now this is my flow of presentation. You can see I would like to start with the first slide, that very famous quote given by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And see, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, this concept is based on the ecosystem, and this ecosystem include the concept of co-evolution. If the business of restaurant, that the restaurant business co-evolve with the suppliers, with the other stakeholders, and the neighboring business. And see, head-to-head combat is very difficult for the business, and here the ecosystem helps, or ecosystem help to the business to co-evolve with the customers, then retailers and suppliers. So these all are the stakeholders in that. So likewise, I have worked on the insurance ecosystem also, and this insurance ecosystem is a network of players from either within or outside the industry. And now in coming days, the insurtech ecosystem is going to introduce, and this insurance ecosystem works with the industry, and it generate the revenue for the business and accelerate the technology and with the lower cost. Now, this is the research gap that I have taken here. Most of the studies for the operating efficiency use the data envelopment analysis, and here I have also used the data envelopment analysis, but I have focused more on a slack part, slack in output with using the minimum input. And I have focused more on the ecosystem insurance, and the study has given sufficient understanding of insurance ecosystem and highlighted various variables leading to improving the sustainable operating efficiency of life insurance in India by considering the insurance ecosystem. Now, these are my objectives. Basically, I have focused on three parts. First one is the concept of insurance ecosystem for sustainable growth, and then analyze the relative operational efficiency, and to propose the variables leading to improving the sustainable operating efficiency. Now the database is purely the secondary database I have used. I have collected the data from the IRDA and various other publications of the companies, and the data for the 10 years from 2011-12 to 2021. And this is the sample selection. There are 24 life insurance companies in India, and out of 24 I have selected 10 companies based on the establishment, and one giant public player, that is Life Insurance Corporation of India, having more than 65 years of experience in India. So I have selected that one, and from 23 life insurance company I have selected 2 companies having the experience of 10 to 15 years, 3 companies having experience of 15 to 20 years, and 4 companies having experience of more than 20 years, specifically in the private players. And tools and technique that I have used, that is data envelopment analysis technique. I have used non-parametric test, and under the assumption of the variable return to scale, and the output that I have used is premium, and input that I have used commission paid and operating expense. The basic statistics like percentage, mean, coefficient of variance, and minimum maximum, that also I have used. This is the analysis and interpretation part I have summing up here with the descriptive statistics, efficiency analysis, and output select. So this is the descriptive statistics. This descriptive statistics is for the 10 years period 2011-12 to 2021, and it clearly indicates that the Life Insurance Corporation covered the 70% of stack in terms of premium, in terms of operating expense, and in the commission. And apart from the public player, apart from the public player, the private companies like HDFC, ICICI, and SBI covered the majority stake in the premium and operating expense and commission. Now, this is The data from 2011-12, see, sir, this data is the aggregate data. Means average for 2000, yes. I have covered up here the average data of 2011-12 to 2021. And this is the efficiency analysis. This efficiency analysis includes the year-wise efficiency analysis I have covered up here. And the efficiency includes the overall technical efficiency, then pure technical efficiency and scale efficiency. That here the score 1 indicates that company achieved the efficiency level, and less than 1 indicates that company is relatively less efficient or inefficient. The industry result also I have observed here with efficiency analysis. And now this is the overall technical efficiency for the last 10 years. And it shows that SBI is on the frontier curve, and as compared to the SBI where the other companies I have plotted in a clear manner, and there are 5 companies more than 80 percentage efficiency from the selected 10 companies, 5 companies having more than 80 percentage efficiency. You can see here for the better result I have covered up all 24 companies here in the efficiency calculation. And now the important part is output slack. So with this efficiency analysis, see only one company, that is as SBI, is consistent throughout the year, throughout the study period, and SBI has created less output slack as compared to the other, and the companies like HDFC, ICICI and SBI and LIC have created less amount of slack as compared to the other companies. And on the other hand side, the Bharti AXA, Edelweiss and Sriram, these companies have created more than 100 percentage of slack in the output with the same level of input. So this is a very dangerous situation for the insurers. And this is the conclusion you can see here. The 2 companies, SBI and India First, having the more than 90 percentage efficiency, and the LIC, ICICI and HDFC with the efficiency score 76 to 90 percentage. And this Max and Sahara is in a striving situation, having the efficiency score between 46 percentage to 60 percentage. And efficiency score less than 45 percentage, Sriram, Bharti AXA and Edelweiss. So it reflects that poor management, competence and improper allocation of resources in these companies. The entire life insurance industry is operating at 60 percentage of overall technical efficiency, which indicates enormous scope for improvement. And now these are the direction for improvement that I have specifically focused on this. So in a short-term perspective, companies should provide the top-up plans to save the commission and maximize their premium, then innovative product with a single premium and limited premium endowment plan rather than the term plan. For this is for the shorter perspective, and for a longer perspective, companies should focus on the service quality and ease of claim settlement and product innovation, technological innovation, multiple channels of distribution, then pocket friendly premium product, and tap to the rural market. And yes, this is the implication for the insurers, that advisable to use the scientific tool like DA to measure the realistic performance target in respect to input to be used for producing an output. And now this is the scope for improvement, and the present slide highlight an epigrammatic view of proposed insurance ecosystem. And now here the customer is in the center, and the other stakeholders like this diagnostic centers and startup and the other insurance company and health insurance companies also coming in this, and the traditional industry, these all are moving around, and this is the ecosystem and the benefit ultimately given to the customer, and in respect of the risk coverage, low premium, discounted services and health benefits. And it will significantly impact in the insurance value chain, you can see here. And ultimately the benefit will goes to the insurers, and in the with the generate new source of revenue, spend of technology adoption and low cost by improving the business. So India becomes the world's largest millennial market. They are growing up with the access to technology. So insurer can deeply penetrate market with technology advancement and largely with the mobile interface. So instead of mis-selling of the product, insurers should provide the knowledge to customer as complementary service. They provide advice to the personal financing to their customer and tips for pension and estate planning. And one more, the scope for improvement that insurers should don't leave the customer in between after selling the product. Insurers should stay in touch with the customer, and they should provide the housing and meal delivery and emergency support to the senior citizen at a discounted price. All together with a right partnership and possible synergy with insurtech, life insurance sector is a boom for economic development and at the same time strengthening the risk-taking ability of the country. So thank you very much. This is all from my side, and this is the bibliographical sketch I have covered up here. Selected bibliographical sketch I have covered. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm not expert in finance, but what I could make it out is a very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
Bhavin, I just have one observation is, had you not used data envelope analysis, DEA, is there any other measure of checking the efficiency?
So simply with the ratio we can check the efficiency, but
But DEA also takes the ratio?
no, DA takes the ratio with the what I can say, the weight also included in that. So more accurate result than the ratio I'll get in the this.
And there is no improvement, there is no better measure than DEA.
As far as my review literature is concerned, sir.
Okay.
Sir, one more for the further research, I am also working on that part. The Malmquist model for the productivity is there in the DA, so I'll also going to use in future.
And then the proposed ecosystem which you presented,
Yes, sir.
and most of the finding which you have given, I could not see any direct connect between what you have done, because at one point of time you were
Sir,
talking.
actually, based on the this operating efficiency analysis, I have found the output slack. So how the insurance company can recover that output slack?
So that
So for that, I have given the short term and long term perspective, and for that I have connected with the insurance
Let me
ecosystem.
clarify
Yes,
this
sir.
question. Actually, 80 to 90% of the findings you have presented are
Yes.
not from the research you have conducted. Let us be honest.
Okay, sir.
Let us be honest. If I write a chapter or a book,
Okay.
it's wonderful.
Okay.
But it's not an outcome of the research.
Okay.
Let me give you an example. If you
Okay.
talk about the operational efficiency,
Yes, sir.
it is increasing because of the online selling of life insurance. Because your commissions are decreasing,
Yes.
your workforce expenses are decreasing,
Yes, sir.
and your but for that you have to collect the data that how many policies were sold offline and how many policies were sold online, and you compare that data with the previous scenario,
Okay.
and then you show the operational efficiency, and then you can recommend that yes, selling online insurance is
Okay.
profitable operationally for the insurance.
Sir, my concern is not only the selling product online.
No,
I have.
I'm giving you an
Okay,
example
okay,
that your
okay, okay,
findings are
okay,
not from the study you have done, like sir has
okay,
started.
okay,
Right?
sir.
So it looks very nice when we see the
Okay,
model. Everything is very attractive, but what you are recommending is not coming out of the research you have conducted.
okay.
It is stopping at slab. It is
Sir,
stopping at
sir, I have worked on
of
the
the
insurance
company is doing
ecosystem
good, the
concept
company is
also,
not
sir.
doing good. Of course, we all know that if a company is not doing good, there are
Hmm.
20, 25 variables. Because of that, it is not doing
Yes,
good.
sir.
But there is no empirical support of that. Everyone knows
Hmm.
how to lose weight. But have you checked the BMI before and after? You have not.
Yes.
That is my concern.
Okay. I'll keep in mind, sir. And do the further research in that, sir.
Yeah, Bhavin, what is your background? I mean, are you insurance person or have you studied insurance?
No, sir. I am from the accounting and financial management
Okay.
department, and I'm doing the research in the insurance sector,
Yeah.
and specifically in
So
life insurance sector.
the as the experts have said, actually the study is insurance is a very variety kind of field. As you know,
Exactly.
it is totally different from the
It's a
finance.
very dynamic
Yeah,
business.
and every insurance sector has a different dynamics. Like
Okay.
health insurance is very bad shape in India because of different reasons. It is in
Okay.
bad shape every country. Okay, but life insurance is a booming sector, has been in India. It is still because of the endowment policies. What Indians take, nobody
Yes.
else takes in the world. Okay, so most of the companies are thriving well, and like Edelweiss is doing bad only because of their management
Yes.
problem with the directors and how they conduct their all businesses, like their banking business, their NBFC, and their this insurance operations. So that is why they are faring badly.
Okay.
LIC is a very conservative. More conservative you are,
The
more
traditional plans.
yeah, more
The focus on
more,
traditional plan
yes,
only.
more good you will do in the life insurance. And insurance is a matter of solicitation. Yeah, so you cannot eliminate this agent person from the insurance, because the kind of servicing you want to do to to the insured, it has to be done by the insurer, by the agent only. So that cannot be eliminated, because it's a
Sure,
matter
sir.
of solicitation.
Okay.
That is the premise of insurance. Okay, so
Sure.
yes, a lot of research needs to be done. And as I said in the previous research also, ऑब्जेक्टिविटी हैज टू बी देयर कि हम रिसर्च किसके लिए कर रहे हैं, मतलब क्यों कर रहे हैं. ईदर इट इज फॉर द प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पेपर, दैट इज गुड, आई मीन मेरे लिए तो अच्छा है, बट यस, इज देयर एनी बेनिफिशियरी टू इट, हु इज दैट person, Edelweiss or SBI or LIC? So that you need to think. That is my observation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, can we have Professor Meera Mathur? She'll be presenting online. Professor Meera Mathur. Ma'am, am I audible? Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
नहीं तो नेक्स्ट को बुला लेते हैं बात. हाँ, तब तक इनको मैसेज कर दीजिए और तब तक नेक्स्ट को बुला लेते हैं.
Next. Okay, next we have Dr. Tanika Arora.
हेलो मैम, कुड यू रिपीट अगेन? नहीं, वो तो कह रहा है ना.
Tanika Arora. अच्छा. कोई नहीं, पहले इनका कर लेते हैं, then we'll request. एक बार उनको मैसेज कर दीजिए.
A very good afternoon to one and all, respected Julie and the organizing team of Radio. Am I audible? अरे ये क्या?
But I think mic is echoing. So if anybody else's mic is open in the meet, आवाज इको कर रही है मैम आपकी. मैम अनम्यूट करेंगे तो शायद आवाज आएगी. अनम्यूट कर दीजिए प्लीज.
हाँ. Okay. Now I am audible. Hello.
Yes, you are
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello. A very
Yes.
good afternoon.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am, you are audible.
Acha, okay, okay. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Team Radius for choosing this pertinent topic, emerging trends for sustainable ecosystem, for this annual research competition. This is a subject which is close to our heart, and we really want to pursue this present resources for our future generations. Then this is the right time to think. Already we have used two-thirds of our resources which are not replenishable. So my topic of presentation for today is an empirical study of issues, challenges and prospects of sustainable consumption in selected cities of Rajasthan and Gujarat. This was the topic. I am grateful to UGC for granting me the major research project on this particular topic. Way back in 2014, it was really a relevant topic and even still today it is there. So sustainability means that we have to use the resources in a better manner. Sustainable development is known to all, but now the topic is sustainable consumption. See, because most of the students are joining us, I would just like to know that sustainable consumption is a different thing. In this, we have to use only that items that are sustainable. For example, if we use the eco-friendly paper, if we use eco-friendly cutlery, so these things go a long way in preserving the Earth's resources. So that was all about this when I started this particular research project. This is my review of literature. All the year-wise have been collected, but because of the paucity of the time, I am not able to share much reviews. So all I have collected on sustainability. This was my research methods. Objectives. These are the objectives of my study. So I would like the jury to note that I've taken whatever impacts I could take into consideration. The first one was to study the awareness of negative impacts of consumption among the consumers. For example, if you just see around wherever your eyes goes, you find the litter, garbage litter, bottles, used containers, and the list goes on and on. The second objective was to identify the determinants of consumer behavior with respect to sustainable consumption. Like what are the various determinants which we can attribute to sustainable consumption? Then to assess the influence of gender, age, education level and annual household income on consumer attitude towards green consumption. The second last objective was to measure the effect of public relation function, eco-labeling, certification of green products on the demand of the product. And the last one was to develop a sustainable framework to develop a suggestive framework for sustainable consumption. These were the research gaps which I had identified that the literature revealed that enough work has been done in the area of sustainability and sustainable consumption at national and international platforms, but much dire need is there in the field of sustainable consumption being done in the Indian state of Rajasthan and Gujarat. These were the methods which I have used. The method was judgmental sampling. Now, I was taking a sample size of 1500, 750 in each in the state of Rajasthan and 750 in Gujarat. We developed an instrument which is known as a structured questionnaire, and it was also an interview method. The time duration of the study was 3 years. Now, the tools and techniques of data analysis, we use t-test, ANOVA, independent sample test, regression analysis, chi-square test, p-value was calculated using SPSS 19 software to understand the significance. Statistical tests were both descriptive and inferential statistics because we need to measure so many variables. Now, the confidence alpha which came out from my study was 0.32, as you can see in the slide. 0.732 according to newly 1967, it is considered a good sign of reliability of the questionnaire. Research gap of. Now let us come to the, in all total we had 9 hypotheses and each hypothesis was tested. This is the first one. Consumers are, the alternate hypothesis is consumers are aware towards environmental protection and green products. So in this, the conclusion came that from the mean value analysis, the customers showed a positive or a higher perception towards positive impact of green products and green marketing efforts. This was the second alternative. This was consumers have what type of attitude towards the green products. So in this, the conclusion came that the mean value analysis reveals that the customers showed a positive or a higher perception towards green products. So we could accept the null hypothesis, alternate hypothesis. Then the third one was according to the objective. These hypothesis has been developed according to the objective. According to objective 3 of my research, this was the hypothesis which was framed, that is green products are frequently purchased by consumers of Rajasthan and Gujarat. And the conclusion was that they regularly purchase green products, and there are specific items like furniture and vehicles, they are still not able to attract more customers which are eco-friendly, maybe because of the price. So that we will discuss later. Objective 4, the null hypothesis was consumers have negative perception towards impact of public relations and green consumption. So in this, when we applied the one sample test, it was found that respondents are affected by public relation activities for consumption of environmental friendly products. Objective 5, the null hypothesis was consumers have negative perception towards impact of eco-labeling and green consumption. I'm very sorry to say that there is a very lack of awareness regarding eco-labeling. Now the consumers are just seeing the green dot and the red dot. So green dot, they mean that it is what? It is a vegetarian product. But we need to educate our public regarding that eco-labeling is the need of the hour. So in this, the conclusion was that customers showed a negative perception towards the eco-friendly content labels and company claims. So like this, I have developed a suggestive model, and these are some of the references. These are the list of research papers which were published in various journals. These are the list of book chapters which are published. That's all from my side. Any questions, please?
Yes, Professor Meera. Actually, the references that you have cited, they are almost all 12 to 2016, 17. But is there, I think, have you referred the recent papers in 2020, 21?
Sir, actually, this is a project which has already been submitted to the UGC in 2018. Oh, so, okay. I could not put the recent ones there.
Okay.
There are many. I am already again doing a RUSA project here.
It is a 3-year project, ma'am?
Yes.
The duration of the project is 3 year.
Yes, UGC gave us 3 years to complete this major research project at Sukharia University, Udaipur.
Okay, how many milestones that you have covered for this project so far as the UGC is? I mean to say they must have set some milestones in year 1, year 2, year 3.
Ah, yes, sir. In the year one, I visited more than 20 libraries, sir. So the first year was totally dedicated to library visit because that time I was lucky there was no COVID guidelines. So I could visit. I've also visited the Institute of Bioresources in Far. So there I got lot of insight. Then I visited IIM's library and of course libraries, IIT's libraries. I visited that. So this was the first year. The second year was totally dedicated to data collection, which took me 1 year. And the last year was based on analysis and presentation in various conferences and this. And the book is also being published of this particular research book.
Yes, Professor Meera, I have some observations. One,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned in methodology that you have applied independent sample t-test, then ANOVA, then some reliability, some factor or something. But you have I have seen only one statistical technique, that is one sample t-test, and one sample t-test is a very elementary technique,
Yes, yes.
which you would have you applied a factor analysis beforehand to make the constructs and to check the validity and reliability of the statements you have used in your
Yes.
research?
Yes, yes. I've done said, but sir, the constraint by the radius people was that for research methodology, only 2 slides have to be put up.
No, that's a different case, ma'am. That is what how intelligently and how wisely we do that. That's a different case. Because see, if we have applied, suppose let us talk about eco labeling. If eco labeling is a construct coming out of the exploratory factor analysis, so we need not apply t-test on all the individual statements of that. So I could not understand how this methodology has reached from literature review to the conclusion without and you have mentioned the reliability also. So I was looking for the constructs rather than the individual statements that have been presented in the t-test. So to me, the statistical part was not that comprehensive in this research.
Okay.
Right.
No, sir. We have not done the constructs. We have identified the factors from the review of literature.
From the literature you identify them, but you cannot directly apply a technique which is more descriptive or conclusive in nature. So my suggestion is, if you are labeling one, like suppose eco labeling, whatever I remember from your presentation, you had 5 or 6 main broad headings. So those broad headings had certain items. So a
Yes.
better approach is take all the items, go for exploratory factor analysis, check the reliability, everything, content validity and all, then come out with the constructs and then apply any other statistical tool which is for the hypothesis testing. This could have been a better approach. To me, simply taking a variable or item from the literature and applying t-test is it without having a confidence that we have developed a scale for measurement. See, the measurement scale concept comes out from that requirement only, so that it is validated, it is reliable. That's why we are using it to measure. Okay, that is my concern.
Okay. No, no, that I have not done because at that time I was not able to understand that.
Ma'am, Hemant Dangi this side. So it's very pertinent because this the whole gambit of sustainable consumption is really very nice. I just want to understand one thing. You said you took cities of Rajasthan and Gujarat. Did you perform some sort of comparative analysis whether resident of Rajasthan behaves differently from residents of Gujarat, or did you go for that, or you took them as a one population only? That
Sir,
Rajasthan versus Gujarat, did you check the across state whether there was difference or not? Because why I'm assuming is Udaipur is the neighboring state of Gujarat, and therefore it was sensible to to take up Gujarat as a study area because you would do. But did you perform some comparative analysis between Rajasthan and Gujarat, or it was only one population for you?
Uh, Sir, I would like to point out that I extensively studied the demography of both the states. Like in Rajasthan, we chose 5 divisions because Rajasthan is divided into 5 divisions. So the sample was collected from all the 5 divisions. Similarly, as I told earlier, major cities of Gujarat were undertaken. But towards the end, the data was same questionnaire was circulated to both the population of the both the states, and then they were taken as a whole.
Yeah,
Rajasthan,
so
all Jodhpur, Jaipur. Specifically, I've got the data, but when I came to the presentation part, I have chosen them as one. Rajasthan, all the cities taken together. Gujarat, all the cities taken together. Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad, Baroda, like this.
so maybe that you can think of maybe at later stage whether across the state whether there was some differences in Rajasthan vis-a-vis to Gujarat. Maybe that could also be
Yes.
an interesting finding because it may happen that the culture of Gujarat suits to one thing and the culture of Rajasthan might suit to other thing. That could be an interesting finding if at all is there some significant differences in the sustainable consumption. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we are done. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Dr. Tanika Arora. Okay, hello everybody. Good afternoon. Today I am here to present my research work on the topic of an investigation of the effective drivers of social commerce intention, the mediation effect of trust. Now, of course, everybody has seen the radical innovation that we have noticed because of the advancements in information and technology, how we are evolving from the system of Web 1.0 to Web 2.0, where social networking sites, all the social media platforms are taking a very important in everybody's life. If we talk about simple communications, which friends want to do with one another, or if there is business communication, or if marketers want to do with the consumers, social networking sites is one place which is occupying a very important place in the IMC, that is their integrated marketing communication channels. So of course, captivating on that and to understand what is the effectiveness of communicating on all the social media platform, this study has been designed to understand that what are the effective drivers when a consumer visits a product on an e-commerce platform, what motivates him or her to drive towards his purchase intention, wherein a very important role is played by trust. So why has trust been taken as the central component? Of course, primarily there are so many vendors that are there on the online platforms. So credibility, believability, trust becomes very important before a customer finalizes that this is the place I want to go ahead with. So keeping that in mind, a conceptual model has been proposed by this study. So of course, nowadays major e-commerce companies also are leveraging the impact of e-commerce platforms because of the beauty of different e-commerce features, like we have rating, reviews, recommendations, referrals, bloggers are endorsing the products. So of course, that has strengthened the business impact. So keeping that in mind, the study has been designed. Now, what is the rationale of the study? Seeing the tremendous growth of the social media platforms, which is occupying such a major role in everybody's life, business have a strong presence, and of course, you have a mass reach, which is not only cost effective but is also yielding very positive results. So, keeping that in mind, the study has been designed. Of course, there has been studies which have been done on e-commerce platform, but of course, e-commerce is a subject which is evolving day by day. So we need to constantly study what are the changes happening, and of course people respond to a same model differently when we conduct the study. So of course there have been studies which have been done in developed economies, but noticing it from the developing economy perspective, where trust becomes very important, this study has been designed. Okay. So now a theoretical framework has been proposed by the study, wherein I have incorporated three theories. So first is the basic social commerce construct variables that are rating and reviews, recommendations and referrals, and forums and communities. So how do they help in giving the right sort of information to the consumers? Now why? Because this is important. Now the consumers are occupying a very active role rather than the passive role. So now we are not the recipients of the information, we are the co-creators of the information. So wherein user generated content plays a very important role. So s-commerce helps us to understand what are the other users experiences all about. Then next, this paper talks about one important aspect, that is trust transfer. So once a person believes the information to be truthful, to be credible, how his purchase intentions are shaped. Third is social support theory. So over here, over social media platforms, of course, shopping is believable to be a social concept. So we expect some sort of support that is provided by the members of the community. So that is the informational support and the emotional support. They play a very important role in generating trust and then finally forming a purchase intention. So keeping all these arguments in mind, the model has been designed. So first I'll talk about how have I, the arguments that I've used for forming my hypothesis. So past studies have, shown that all the social commerce construct variables, that is rating and reviews, recommendations and referrals, forums and communities, generate a very positive influence on trust and finally on purchase intention. However, trust has, in the past literature, trust has been advocated to be a very strong mediator for finally finding an impact between the S-commerce construct variable and the purchase intention. Thereby, the study proposes that trust mediates the impact of the S-commerce community attributes on trust. Next hypothesis that has been taken is S-commerce platform attributes. So what we discussed before was S-commerce constructs. Now this is what unique features social media has. So that means the platform attributes, that is the art of one-to-one connect, the personalized content that we can offer. So personalization, and of course now consumers are not only the recipients of the information, there is a possibility wherein you can communicate with one another, where you can communicate with the companies. So the possibility of two-way communication, that is interactivity, how it helps in forming trust and then finally leading it to purchase. So the next hypothesis that has been proposed is trust mediates the impact of S-commerce platform attributes on purchase intention. Then next is social support, trust and purchase intention. So informational support is, of course, social media has a plethora of information. So when consumer visits the website, how much he can access the right information at right time, right, right quantity that is available. And of course emotionally also consumers maybe needs to need some sort of support before he trusts that this product can finally meet his needs. So two variables of social support has been taken, and then the third hypothesis has been proposed. Trust mediates the impact of informational and social support on purchase intention. So these are the research questions that my study will try to answer. First is of course very basic, to understand the demographic profile. Then what are the motives of using social media platform? Then what are the impact of social commerce construct attributes, social commerce platform attributes on trust and s-commerce intention? And then finally to test the indirect effect, that is the mediating effect of trust on these variables. So this has been the model that has been formed by the study, wherein the first three variables are from the S-commerce community attributes. The next talk about S-commerce platform attributes, and last are the social support attributes. Now, of course, it has a direct and an indirect bearing also, which is demonstrated through trust being the mediator, and then how finally behavioral intention leads to actual adoption, actual usage of social commerce. So now I'll be discussing the research methodology. I have targeted millennials for this, and I've collected data from popular cities of India, and then of course I have used for calculating the sample size. I've used Cochrane's formula, and of course the minimum number that came out to be was 384. However, just to ensure the generalization, keeping the unresponses, missing responses, and to ensure a good coverage, I collected data more than the recommended value. Okay. So now, first of all, before the data was collected, filtration questions were used, that are they active on social media websites, and have they actually visited any s-commerce, or have they done any transaction on these platforms. And then before that, a pilot study was done to understand the clarity of the questionnaire that was made, and then a pilot study was done with 75 respondents to filter out the questions which were not comprehensive or which did not give clarity. After that, the final questionnaire was designed, and then the data was collected. The total amount that could be used for further analysis was 705 respondents, and the data was collected during the time period of January 22 to March 22. And the questionnaire composed on these three parameters: first of all, the demographic profile, usage of social networking sites, and the measurement scale that has been adapted from the previous literature for the model. So we've used frequency distribution to give a glimpse about the social media profile, and then I have used exploratory factor analysis, CFA, path analysis, and then mediation analysis. So keeping the time constraints in mind, I'll move to the model testing part. So these are the EFA results, out of which certain statements had to be dropped as their factor loadings were not above the threshold limit of 0.5, and sufficient and a good value of KMO and Bartlett's test was found. Then this was the measurement model, the CFA model that was used. Model fit indices were checked. Good fit measures and bad fit measures all were above their threshold limit. Then confirmatory factor analysis was done for checking the validity of the model. That was done by understanding the convergent validity, and that was testing using these three parameters, that all the loading should be significant above 0.5, the AVE value should be more than 0.5, and of course the composite reliability should be more than 0.7. So this was the criteria, and these are the results which showed satisfactory results. And next was discriminant validity, wherein uh, uh, the square root item, that is the square root of the AVE, should be greater than the construct correlation. So the sufficient values were obtained for that. Now we'll move to structural model and hypothesis testing. This is a model fit for the structural model also. Before, what we discussed was for measurement model. This was for the structural model. So now this is the result. Of course, all the hypotheses came out to be significant, which emphasizes the value of user generated content that is there on social media. And the biggest or the highest impact was noticed by ratings and reviews. So of course a consumer's purchase is influenced by the good amount of reviews, by good amount of ratings, and it not only has a positive impact on trust, but it also has a significant and a direct effect on behavioral intention. Although the indirect effect came out to be significant, which I'll show in the upcoming study, but by noticing the direct impact to be significant, we can conclude the hypothesis was affected. Trust do mediate the relationship, but it partially mediates, because rating and review not only has a significant impact on trust, but it also has a significant impact on behavioral intention. Now, out of all the variables, informational support, that is the amount, quality of comprehensiveness and accurate information which is there on the website, has a very strong and a significant impact on behavioral intention. So these are the results. And these are the indirect effect results, the mediation results, wherein I have showed the estimate, the p-value, and the lower and the upper limit values. So all the indirect effects came out to be significant, showing that trust partially mediates the impact of s-commerce community attributes, platform attributes on behavioral intention. So this was the results of the hypothesis. Now I'll conclude my study by talking about some implications that the study can offer. So of course, as respondents have a very high influence towards the content that is generated by the other consumers, so companies should really focus upon the amount of reviews, ratings, how much people are sharing about their feedbacks. They can also become very important part of communities where consumers are very active. They're talking about their experiences, because forums and communities, consumers do share the negative feedback also. So companies, when they are present on such platforms, they can take it as an input for improvising their products. Further, for the platform attributes, so now personalized content, that means what the customer is looking for is a must. We cannot go about it. So because plethora of information is there, how do we make sure that our content is the best fit for the consumer? So if the right content is shown to the right customer at the right time, of course it will help in strengthening the behavioral intention aspect. And also lastly, as interactivity came out to be a very strong influencing point, so two-way communications, two-way conversations, real-time feedback must be maintained with the customer, so that any type of support that is expected can be provided. These are the theoretical implications. That is, what is the implication from academic perspective? Also, studies has been there, but this study has made an attempt to propose a comprehensive model wherein we are trying to understand the working of S-commerce, not only from the platform attributes, but because of the S-commerce attributes, and then how trust mediates this impact. And now these are the limitations and future scope of my study. Of course, work can be done, this can be extended, more moderators, more mediators can be taken. My study does not take into account any consumer personality traits. For example, how efficient you are using in technology, how tech savvy you are, that can also have an impact. So this variable can be tested. And I have not tested for any particular social media platform. So maybe Facebook can be chosen, or Instagram can be chosen, which is very booming these days, to understand the effectiveness with respect to a single social commerce platform. Then my study focuses upon a particular age group. Future studies can do a comparison between Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z. And of course, this model can be further tested in different studies for exploring the cultural dimensions that do play a differential role. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Very powerful presentation in terms of statistics. A couple of my observations, which I'm sure if you're planning to publish or maybe you can think of.
Yeah, sure, sir.
One is that Cochran's formula which you used. I always say that if anybody uses this formula, sample size would come out with the same.
Yeah, yeah.
There is nothing which is specific to the research. And this formula was being designed for simple random sample, right? Where you are primarily interested in what is the z square, sigma square, for e square. But yours was not simple random sample, number one. And number two, may not be relevant in your case. So unnecessarily don't want the formula which is not relevant in our case. So that's one observation. Second is, no, you said my first objective, your research question was I wanted to understand the demographic profile of social commerce, right? I think that's not an objective because
That's a
it's a
research
sample
question,
which
yeah.
you have selected and you are just looking at the characteristics of that sample. That's not a research question because that you yourself would decide whom to interview, whom to take the survey. So that is actually not qualifies to be a research question. That and you use the term EFA and principal component interchangeably, right? You said EFA has been done, but when you look at the content, it appears that it's a PCA. You said extraction was principal component with very much rotation. What I could
Yes.
So there is a fundamental difference between principal component analysis and EFA. The goals are different, the approaches are different, their applications are different. So you have to be careful whether it actually EFA has been done or PCA has been done. They are not same.
I'll check.
Right? Because PCA is essentially to minimize the number of variables. EFA is to identify the underlying theory. So you can refer to a number of papers which are there. And when you are saying mediation, what approach has been followed? Is it a Baron-Kenny approach which you follow?
Yeah, bootstrap. I've used. I've tested it through a MOS only. The mediation impact.
No.
Yeah.
Approach of mediation.
Yeah, I followed the principle recommended by Barron and Clenny for testing that. Uh,
Yeah, so Baron and Kenny is very widely used, but often there is a lot of criticism of the use of Baron and Kenny. So you have to acknowledge that this approach
is limitation. Yeah. Okay.
Right? So very interesting topic, but then only thing is, and last thing is the trust could be a dependent, but independent, but it could be a dependent variable also.
Yes.
My trust can be built by my behavior also.
Yes.
So how, what I'm trying to say is probably there is a bi-directional. Trust also leads to behavior, and behavior also at times leads to trust.
Yes.
But you choose it to only behavior to trust. So, I mean, is there literature support which says that only trust leads to behavior intention, or it could be vice versa also?
So behavioral intention is about visiting a e-commerce platform and then purchasing that product from it. So if you trust,
so I find a wonderful experience.
Yeah.
Right. And when an
So
action
that
and
will,
trust has been built.
yeah. So that will again reciprocate again into repurchase. So this.
So if I made an actual purchase, that my trust has increased.
Yes, of course. So there is an impact that if you trust the website, you'll purchase. If you purchase, if you're satisfied, again the trust will be built on.
So saying that trust is only independent variable is slightly different.
Okay.
It's नहीं मैं इसलिए always yeah it happens because see why I was smiling because trust in fact is a variable that one of my scholars used in his PhD while he was doing on pharmaceutical branding and sir has absolutely I give this example when one variable trust is something that takes a long time to be built so I purchase not because of trust I purchase because of something else and when the decision comes out to be correct then I do trust right so it is in fact it is sometimes an antecedent sometimes it is dependent right so it happens and especially in the medical field when a longer period of time you're recommending a drug so trust takes a lot of time to be built right but my questions are I have very serious observation one is you have somewhere done mistake in using the nomenclature SCI and behavioral intention you have written it SCI, but you have written it behavioral intention. So please correct it. We cannot do that. One thing. Second, in your conceptual model, you have further used actual use, but you have not tested it.
I've shown. I think I've not discussed the impact of it.
You have not tested it, right? So remove it from the model. So these are two very serious observations. Third is, how do you measure the convergent validity?
I've used three parameters for that.
Okay.
First of all, the factor loadings have to be more than 0.5, they have to be significant. The
Okay.
average variance extracted should be more than 0.5, and composite reliability has to be above 0.7.
What is the difference between composite reliability and Cronbach's alpha?
Not very
Have
sure.
you ever worked out? So you jot down this question, you work out on it, and I think more or less that's fine. It was a very good presentation, very good work, neat, clean statistics, appropriate statistics has been used. So I think a good work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the recommendations. Thank you.
My curiosity actually, not question. Why you choose to do this work on Y rather than on Gen Zers? Because Y is a very typical kind of generation. X is absolutely different. Zers are absolutely opposite to X. So why on Y?
So I have read reports and I have read papers wherein millennials' usage of social media has been shown as the highest. Of course, Generation Z is now becoming more active now because they are becoming very active on the social media platforms, and also Gen Y, they have the purchasing capacity. So if we look, they have evolved with the technology, they are backed with the buying power. So to understand their purchase seemed more rational than understanding the Gen Z purchases, because Gen Y have substantial resources to accomplish their decisions if they are making it. So that was one of the reasons for choosing Gen Y.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next we have Ms. Abha P. Shukla. She'll be presenting through the online mode.
Yes, ma'am.
And please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
The arrow is up. Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You have to
Thank
click
you.
on
Shall I
the
start?
you have to click on the presentation.
Sorry?
You have to click on the presentation.
Just a second. Now is it visible?
No, it's not. Yes, yes. You have to click there. Research paper presentation framing.
Okay. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. So very good afternoon to everyone. Sorry.
Ma'am, the presentation is not visible.
Okay. Okay.
We just able yeah.
Just a second, ma'am.
Yes.
Let me share my screen again.
Share your screen again. You open the presentation at your end and then share the screen.
And you have to start with the presentation on the screen. Share the screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Fine. So shall I start?
Yes.
Okay. So very good afternoon to everyone. My topic is role of trading in entrepreneurship, a bibliographic analysis. So first of all, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Only thing is you can, if you can present in a presentation mode. Otherwise, it's visible. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yes, that's better. Go.
Okay. Fine, sir. Thank you. Okay, so let us start with the introduction with entrepreneurship. I will not go deep down in it. So it was developed in 17th century from the French word entrepreneur, which means taking a risk or doing something differently than others had done before. And it's a dynamic process and which create value differently from the norms. So it needs a different skill set for anyone to be an entrepreneur. So for that, training must be needed. And nowadays, entrepreneurship is a buzz. So in at least in Delhi and in India. So many institution and government are aware of the entrepreneurship training to improve the society. And many leading business schools also offer entrepreneurship training or project or courses. So that is why I have chosen this topic. My research objective, primary objective of this research paper was to determine the trends and relationship between the various constituents. So this I have done by bibliometric analysis on prior studies done on the particular topic. So I have taken the papers from 1981 to 2021. So these are the research questions. So which are the top contributing authors, organization and countries for the role of training in entrepreneurship research? Then second is which countries collaborated and the most in writing paper on the role of training and entrepreneurship? Which are the most influential journal in which author published paper on entrepreneurship? Which is the most used keywords in the role of training and entrepreneurship papers? Which is the current theme in which researchers give utmost importance while writing papers on entrepreneurs? And the last one is which is the past trend? What is the past trend for entrepreneurship research? So going ahead with bibliometric analysis, I have done this. I have took this methodology, and I have taken these steps to do this study. And these steps I've taken from the paper published in 2021 by Endontu and others. These many steps I have followed. Then come to the finding and discussions. So it has been done on two broader terms: performance analysis and science mapping. So based on performance analysis, these the statistics I have got. The total publication was 758. The average years for publication is 6.09. The number of contributing authors 1961, and the sole author published is 168. Total citations were 32,057, and the average citation per document are 15.5. As you can see this figure, average document citation per year below mentioned, this graph shows the average document citation, and it delivers between 1991 to 2001. The average number of paper is more than the other years. This graph shows like this. Then come to the H index. As you know, the H index measures the influence of publication that are cited. So in my study, education and training is the most influential publication for the role of training in entrepreneurship papers with the H index of 11. And others are International Journal of Gender and Entrepreneurship, Journal of Small Business Enterprise and Development, and Sustainability. Then come to the G index. So as you know, G index measures the impact of publication that are cited. So in our study, education and training is the most impactful publication for the particular subject which I have chosen with a G index of 18. And other publishers are International Journal of Gender and Entrepreneurship, Journal of Small Business, Entrepreneurship Education and Sustainability. Then this chart is showing maximum citation by the various author. As you can see, Hornsby and Kotako have got more citation, nearly 600. Sorry. And this is how we can show co-authorship of authors. So this star kind of figure you must be able to see in our screen. So all you can see six authors are there and all are interrelated. And the co-authorship of organization. So a total of 1,395 organizations have participated in the publication of the role of training in developing entrepreneurship skill paper, out of which 35 meet the threshold limit. But the important point is these 35 organizations are not connected. The complete set of connected authors were only 4. Okay. Then co-authorship of organization with document citation and total links strength. So as you can see, these are the organization and these are the relationship among the organizations. The co-authorship of countries with document citation and total link strength. So as you can see in the graph, this orange graph is showing total link strength. Uh, Brown is citation and the document is in blue. Now come to the conclusion. So different countries and authors have done papers on the effect of training and in developing entrepreneurship skills have been done for the past 40 years in by other countries and authors. But the United States and UK have published the highest number of paper on this field. This shows that developed countries are keen to develop their human resource. If we talk about India, it's only 43 in numbers. The research reveals several trends and forthcoming themes that a researcher interested in entrepreneurship research should consider. Then emerging countries have just begun to focus on entrepreneurship as there is a lot more opportunity than in developing countries. So these are the differences. With this, thank you very much.
Abaji.
Yes, sir.
Could you please differentiate between bibliometric and SLR? Because you have done a bibliometric. My question is, had you done SLR, how your study would have been different?
Sir, SLR needs time.
Systematic literature.
And if you, yes, sir, systematic literature, it needs time. And if you have more than 300 papers, so you can do it with the help of bibliometric analysis. And manually, if you have do it manually, तो time भी लगेगा and you will not get that data which by which जब analysis के बाद bibliometric analysis के बाद जो data आपको मिलेगा वो आपको systematic SLR से नहीं मिलेगा.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you are interested in pursuing this role of training and entrepreneurship as a research?
Yes, sir.
So what you think entrepreneurship training is, how it is different from the normal MBA or normal how the management is taught? So you must have already studied also.
Actually, sir, orientation is different. If you talk about normal management thing, it will be human resource management. But if you talk about entrepreneurship, it would be managing human resource. Likewise, managing marketing management, managing market rather than marketing management. So the only thing is changes narrative.
Okay, and what is the role of mentorship you consider in the training of the entrepreneurs? You have
Sir,
not
actually,
studied, I suppose.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
You have not studied the role of mentorship or papers on mentoring or anything?
Sir, that I have not studied yet. But I have done this business blaster pilot project of Delhi government. So there I have seen the impact. Those students who got training, proper training, and they were allocated individual mentor, so they performed well rather than the those who did not get any kind of training, or you can say that kind of exhausted training.
ओके सो एक चीज तो मुझे रिलेट हुई आपके इससे रिसर्च से दैट आफ्टर 91 देर आर लॉट ऑफ साइटेशंस एंड एवरीथिंग व्हेन द ग्लोबलाइजेशन हैपेंड and most of the entrepreneurial research, or you can say the orientation, became popular in the various countries. So from 91 to 2001, so your data also shares, so that way yes we can corroborate. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So, in the response of the first question, you answered that bibliometric in SLR. The so you mean to say that bibliometric is a way to do SLR. That's correct to some extent. But what I actually missed out is given
Sorry,
that.
sir. You're not audible actually.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
to
sir.
some extent you are right that it's a method of SLR, bibliometric analysis. But what I really miss, I give you a very important example. There is a journal in marketing, International
Yeah.
Journal of Retailing and Consumer Services. It's an A category journal with high impact factor. They have
Okay.
simply they refuse any study on bibliometric analysis. The reason is it is less on theme, more on description of the data, description of, like, suppose there are five co-authors in a paper or three co-authors in a paper. How does it matter for research? How does it matter for the findings and outcome of the research? So I'm not questioning the that what you have done, but I'm just asking that what was the method, what was the methodological part was okay, right? But what was the
Okay.
thematic part of this paper? Because when the word comes, role of training in entrepreneurship, so I actually want to search the answer of this with the help of the bibliometric analysis or bibliographic with Vosvure or whatever you have done. What thematic part you have done, like what answers your title, the title of the paper, what justifies your title of the paper?
Sir, it justified the trends which are, I mean, emerging for researcher, and based on the past studies, which we can proceed further.
So the only thing is that once in traditionally the scholars used to make an Excel sheet and writing all these things manually, feeding out the data manually, which you have done with the help of a software. So this is the only difference that comes out here. So I mean, personally, I don't see any contribution as a researcher in this field, except telling that how many papers have been published and how many co-authors were there, and that I think if I don't know whether sir wanted to ask that question or not, but in general SLR we come out with lot of outcomes, we come out with a lot of research gaps, we come out with a huge discussion, we come out with certain models, so that is a contribution to the existing body of knowledge. So that is what I understand with a good systematic literature review. That's all.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
I'll take your suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's time for the lunch break. We shall assemble again in the LT at 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
चल रहा है इंटरनेट, वो तो यहाँ पे होगा आई एम श्योर। ओके मैम, आप पहले शेयर कर सो भेज दिया था ना आपने? अच्छा, तो अभी मेल पे है आपके? इसको आप बंद कर सकते हैं, ये आपको खोले, मैं खुलेगा। हाँ मैम, एक बार तिवारी लिख दो मैम। नहीं, जीमेल पे। हाँ दूसरा, अच्छा। सर को बोलना कि ग्रुप जाएंगे सर को, बस रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हैं। अच्छा नहीं, दूसरा खोल दो, स्क्रीन शॉट चाह रहा हूँ उसका। ये अपना अच्छा किया है, लस लगा के ना से गुड वन। हाँ नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ नेटवर्क। मैम 2 मिनट सर करके फिर आप कर जीमेल है, मैं टाइप करूँ, मैं अच्छा मुझे एक यहाँ डेमो देना होगा, तो मैं पहले से उसकी तैयारी कर लूँगा। साइट है ना, जैसे साइट है ये मुझे खोलनी पड़ेगी। ये खोल, ठीक है, मैं यहीं कहीं डेमो कर दूँगा। तो ठीक हाँ फर्स्ट में ये दूसरा प्रेजेंटेशन का प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे होगा, तो हमने भेजा था आपको, देखा था उसको साधन कर दो। बस मुझे एक फाइल लोड करनी है मुझे बस। हाँ संतुलन चल रहा है, पहले मेरा होगा, यस पहला वाला है 9, ठीक है ये होगा। स्टार्ट करेंगे डन डन। अच्छा हमारा कहाँ पे था, यहाँ पे ना हमारा ये ना, इसमें हमारा एक पहले भी था, ये इससे मुझे लोड करना है ये फाइल सैंपल। हाँ ठीक है, हाँ ये सैंपल डाउन कर दिया, तो एक कहाँ लोड हुई है, कॉपी कर दे रहा हूँ वहाँ पे। हाँ मेरे ख्याल से ये डेस्कटॉप पे, जहाँ पे मुझे उस समय टाइम देंगे 10 मिनट का या तो आई विल नॉट एबल टू। ये फाइल कॉपी और इसको और ये सारे यहाँ पे खुले होंगे, ठीक है। अच्छा ये कहाँ पे है अनुसंधान, ये कहाँ पे है? जैसे आप पीपीटी हम ओपन कर देंगे। हाँ हाँ एक्सेल फाइल, एक्सेल होगा, ये होगा ना सर, सेशन 2 में ही बना दे रहा हूँ। ठीक, तो उसमें क्या, अच्छा जब मैं इसको अपलोड करूँगा ना, तो मैं यहाँ पे आऊँगा, तो कौन से उसमें पड़ा हुआ है, ये मेन उसमें ये वाला सर हम ओपन कर देंगे, डेस्कटॉप पे ही है हम लोग सर, ओपन कर देंगे, ओपन करके दे दिया जाएगा। नहीं मैं आपको बताऊँ कैसे, आप मुझे हेल्प कर देना उसमें। उसमें तो सर तो हाँ हाँ, उसमें बेसिकली क्या होगा बताऊँ, क्या होगा उसमें कि आई डोंट वेस्ट टाइम, क्योंकि ये लोग बिल्कुल फास्ट कर रहे हैं, इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि विल इन टाइम। और मेरा कोई पेपर नहीं है, हमारा सिंपल डेमो है, ठीक है। गजब, ठीक है। नहीं, एक से ज़्यादा फाइल हो गए, ठीक है, वंडरफुल, एक्सलेंट। अच्छा, अब मेरा बस ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है, जब मैं यहाँ पे आऊँगा, दूसरा ये है, ठीक है, मैं यहाँ पे आया, मैंने यहाँ पे बल्क सर्च पे किया, यहाँ पे ब्राउज किया, ब्राउज करके मुझे आना है अनुसंधान, तो कहाँ अरे बाबा वेरी गुड, यहाँ पे आ गया ना, पीपीटी सेशन 2, बस मैं यहाँ तक आ गया, इसको तो ये बंद करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। तो ये सारी चीज़ पहले से कर लेंगे ना, अब थोड़ी पीठ पीछा करते हैं। तो ये अगर अच्छा हुआ ये लंच का ठीक बात किया, हमारा टाइम मिल गया मुझे।
IT में तो सब expert हैं. IT में आप designated हैं. We are expert in IT. हमारे program में कैसे चलता है? हम IT user हैं. हम IT user हैं. Development है.
Akansha.
Start the one.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. We'll be starting with the presentation schedule again. Now we have Mr. Santulan Chaubey in the offline mode.
Namaskar, good evening. My presentation is very simple. It is having two parts. In part one, I will give you a small presentation on what I have done. And in second part, I will try to give a demonstration for 2 or 3 minutes, the outcome of what I have done. Okay, it is simple. So, should we start with the presentation? Yes, please. Yeah. So. Yeah, I think it is. So just the problem what I'm trying to solve is the searching the journals. The new personal searchers like me or other people who find the difficulties in finding the details of the journals. Okay, how to next? Just a minute. Okay, so the idea was that any work we do, any research we do, there should be action on that. And action, without action, there is no research, right? This is done by Cult Levin. So presentation has two parts, I told you. So, as we know that Scopus, Web of Science, and are two major sources where we get the in the data and information about the journals. Others are Google Scholars, Dimension, Lessons. They all are the databases which basically provide you the information about a journal. They are listed over basically there. So they are the basically depository of the journals, right? If you want to find some rank of some journal, you go to ABDC. If you want to get some impact analysis, then you go to some site Bureau of Science. आप वहाँ जाते हो, you get the ranking. Our UGC has got its own listing. Two listings are there. One they talk about the clone, the journals which are cloned, and one list which they also allow that Scopus and Web of Science databases are basically accepted for them. In addition to that, they also given a list of the journals which they accept as a journey of research. So what happened? New personal searchers, they try to publish the paper and they get into the hand of the clone journals, and they are not able to identify in which journal we should publish our paper, right? So all information is not available at one place. That the basic the point of discussion is that we are not having all information at one place. Right, so we were just trying to find out, is there any way where we can get the all information 360-degree view of a journal at one place? So we save our time basically. We save that whatever we are searching very quickly and we are searching very accurately. This is why we have used information technology here to get this kind of information at one place. Okay, so that is basically the identification of the problem. How did we approach to this problem? We basically designed a technological framework here. We integrated data in our database. This data came from various sources. Sources was the Scopus, sources was the Bureau of Science, sources was your list of the UGC. So this list basically is, these lists are basically publicly available. So we basically extracted data from all the sources and we aggregated at the one place, right? It is available for testing. You can test the software, and we have created a framework, which is functional framework, which people can use it. Which just a minute.
So 1 second hold, sir.
अच्छा, it was not shared. Cancel. Yes. थोड़ा सा और कर दिया. Now you are operating from there. Okay, one more slide. Okay. Okay. So we have created a technological framework where, and we have developed a software for that, which can be used by the people doing all kind of paper writing to use this. Right. Data about journal is basically free of cost. So all the sources, data sources which are paid, we have not taken. We have taken only sources which are free of cost available on the website. Right. And we have integrated all the database in the open source database called Postgres. And this is the basically framework. So in framework, as I told you, that first part was that I will get the databases from all these 5 sources I have mentioned here, and I have put in our own database. Then I put the search engines. We have developed search engines to search the journals using ISN. Bulk search is also there. I think it is not visible here. Yeah, so the search basically search you can do on the ISN, you can do the bulk searching also, you can do the rank searching, and you can search by the text also, right? So these are the data we have extracted from Scopus. In the last column, if you say, there are the number of the journals we have extracted from the various databases. So there are 6 databases, and we have extracted the information. Where the ISN number was not there, we have excluded those journals from our study because we don't have any common key to link. Right? These are basically input screens where people give the information. If you see carefully, very less information we ask. We only ask the ISN number, or in one case we ask the Excel sheet, which is containing many ISN numbers, so that you can do the bulk searching. You can go there and do the bulk searching. You can because we have tested on the ABDC databases, and you can link these both the databases. Advantage is that if you want to search all the journals having A star, and they are listed in Scopus and Web of Science, and also in the our list. So this will be coming here in one go. You are not searching 3 or 4 or 5 websites going there. Outcomes output comes like this. I will show the live demo. So I think it is what I am showing, that at one place, at one screen, you get all the output at one place, right? Then we tested this software in our AUD University with the students which are having this software and those who are not having that software. So we saw there that the time taken by the students in searching using this software and searching in a normal way is like this. that if you search through this software, time obviously drastic very fast, and if you don't use this software, then it takes a normal time, even if we give the training to them, even after this time taken is less, right? Now some analysis, we just try to show that what kind of analysis we can do using this database, because this database is under your control, so you can do whatever the analysis you can do it. But here, what I'm trying to tell you that the analysis is basically some analysis with the ABDC, because this is management site, okay, giving the ranking. So we have the major share is of the Scopus, then Web of Science, and some share is also from UGC. Right? This also shows one thing that in ABDC JQL, the maximum share is basically from Scopus and WS. बहुत छोटा सा शेयर उसमें यूजीसी का भी उसमें है right, and that remaining green part showing this, there are other journals, they also may have the overlapping in the ABDC database. Here this is the interesting thing, just I will take a few seconds only, that the percentage of the share in WS, the numbers are less, but A star journals are more listed in the WS, whereas in the Scopus journals, in same journals, A star journals are less. So this kind of, and more than the, because data is with us, all kind of study we can do our own without taking going to many sites. Right, and these are the basically I have gone through many papers on that. Is there any so there are many papers which take the database once and they do kind of analysis, but there is no software which can help the people instantly. So this is the software which help people immediately after getting this thing, right? So this is a working model basically, and just I will tell you the demo. So demo, it is demo, it will clear, much more clear that what we are trying to make it. Yes, it is here. So there are, as I told you, there are 4 kind of search. ISN search is the first search, it is here. Right. So I will get any number if you have, you can just get it. Like keyboard 0, 9, 7, 5, 4, 5, 2, 0. If you click at your search, then it will very quickly, it will give you search. It will tell how much time it has taken. This is this server, this journal took only 0.296 seconds to search. It is not available in any of the places. It is available with the UGC, and it is only available in the UGC. Okay, when if you click here, then it will also tell you, this is a Hindi journal basically. When you click it here, it will tell the this journal was discontinued in the January 2022. This is not information not available anywhere else. You keep on doing it. Just I will give you one more small thing so that we can. एक bulk search आपको दिखाना चाहते हैं. That's all. Bulk search is very important. When you can have the so many ISN number in one go, and you can get the data. So just I come here. Oh, sorry. Yes. Just to upload the file, and as I say upload, this is the I think 50 or 10 numbers, and it took little time, and file has been downloaded. So I will come here. I will say I think this is the file. Just click it. So this it has given immediately taken data from all the sources and put at the one place. So you can further go through all the ISN numbers and you can find what exactly the information. But the basic information it has given from all the database in one go, right? And there are 2 more searches. I think this I will leave this thing, and this is live application working on live only, so anybody can use it. Just from my side. Thank you very much. Any question if you want to ask?
Relevant topic, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, you are working at Ambedkar University, Ajay?
Actually I'm working there, sir.
Working Ajay in which, what is your?
Sir, I'm working with the government of Delhi, but I'm on leave right now, and I'm doing my research work in the medical institute, sir.
Okay, that's fine. But why I'm asking actually, who are actually developed this software?
I have developed, sir. Because I am a developer, sir.
So just I think research point of view, you have shown that the time of complexity of searching
Yeah.
other and in AOD students, that is something different. What makes the searching algorithm or searching criteria so that your algorithm is efficiently getting less?
Sir, this is basically aggregation of the database is important. If you don't do the aggregation of the database, then you go to each and every site, sir. Like suppose I'm not using this software, then my way of working will be that I will go to each site and get the information. Here, what I'm doing, sir, I am getting data from each of the sources on my database, sir, and I am making search on that database.
Oh, that is when you have a static database.
Sorry?
You are having a static database.
I am having right now. I am having static database.
It will be there will be changes in the
This
database.
is
You have to change it.
sir. This is you are absolutely right. This is the future thing, sir. We are talking to them, sir. That instead of data we are
That
copying.
means you must be updated that which journals have been deleted, which journals are newly added, then manually you need to.
Oh no.
How it will become?
No, it's not very sir. So basically, there are two ways. Just I will explain you, sir. Number one, if we get the web service from these service providers, so that will be seamless, 100% seamless. Nothing is to be done. But that is the future work. We are talking to them that you share their web services, APIs. Once they will share that, because data is automatically there, sir. So giving web service is not an issue because it is already in the public. But your question is right now what we do, sir, that we take the database from there and we transfer database directly into the our database without any editing.
Similar. The question is if there is a change in the database.
Original database.
So how would you change your data?
At the same time, we will not change our data. We copy data from there. Suppose in the Scopus.
Okay, I understand.
You are the API of that
Yes.
database.
You need
Yeah.
to keep on,
Right now you are right, sir.
kind of refreshing it.
Yes, kind of refreshing. Like अभी पिछले हफ्ते स्कोपस ने अपना वो नया चेंज किया है 2021 का वो लेके आया है.
मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल बताता हूँ.
जी.
सपोज हमारे पास 10 बॉल्स है, 10 बॉल है, सर्चिंग 1 आउट ऑफ 10, सर्चिंग 1 आउट ऑफ 1000. टाइम तो लगेगा 1 आउट ऑफ 1000.
बिल्कुल.
सपोज आपकी डाटाबेस स्मॉल है तो आप सर्च कर रहे हैं तो सम टाइम लगा. इफ द डाटाबेस विल बी यूज्ड, लेट अस टेक millions of data sources. In that case, how you will claim that okay, your searching criteria will be efficient to work? Suppose your database is very small. In that case,
You're right, sir. Yeah, you're right. The search time is not measured only on vertically. I'm measuring it horizontally. Because if the software is not there, you have to go to every site and extend the database. Then you compare it.
So you are manually someone is searching.
Here I have put a seed over there. That we have put a seed there that we are extracting the database. Of database में जो आप कह रहे हैं, you are right. That if it is automated, this is part 2 of that. Then you.
Last question is. Some journals particularly discontinued. Suppose X is the journal.
Yes.
That is there in the Scopus database.
Yes.
Earlier in 2019.
Yeah.
But now it is discontinued. In that case, whether this will, whenever you will be fetching the data, then in your, I think,
I showed you, sir.
Whether it will be, I think it is discontinued.
Because because this I'm not doing. This is done by Scopus database, sir. They put the information. This journal has been discontinued.
Thank you.
It shows the impact factor also.
Yeah.
क्वेश्चन ये है, एक तो मेरा congratulations after you are thinking of something which is not there.
Yeah.
Obviously, one can always say कि ये इसमें ये नहीं है, but one has to always compare कि है क्या है.
Somewhere
जो नहीं है उसके कंपैरिजन में बहुत कुछ है इसमें, no doubt about it. पर आपको मैं 2 सजेशन दूंगा. एक तो ये कि इसको और कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव जितना आप बनाने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं बनाइए. फॉर एग्जांपल इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं या वेरियस डेटाबेसेस को कनेक्ट.
यस सर.
एंड नंबर 2 इसको जल्दी से जल्दी पैटर्न कराइए. पैटर्न कराइए.
सर मैं आपके पास ही आऊँगा सर. पैटर्न का कैसे मुझे नहीं पता कैसे होता है सर. बट बिकॉज आई एम ए सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर कमिंग टू रिसर्च फर्स्ट टाइम सर.
I am working in your campus only.
सर
तो आप आएंगे तो हम बता देंगे पैटर्न के लिए तरीके कंपनियां बता
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर इस
actually that will be more relevant in case if I think text search criteria will be there.
Yes.
Suppose I want this particular journal in marketing,
yeah
then all marketing journals that will be coming.
Like sir has said, the
that will
more
come
comprehensive,
yes that will
more
come
pure players.
sir
Which are the journals that will be in Scopus index, marketing based journals
Yes.
in Scopus, which are in with ranking.
yeah it will give the ranking, it will give you the its basically availability in other journals, it will also give you the abdc ranking also which is
तो
separate
ये जो दूसरे सॉफ्टवेयर जो काफी इस पे रेफरेंस पे एनालिसिस करते हैं तो आप बाद में इंटीग्रेट वो भी कर सकते हैं
exactly sir exactly
कि जैसे अगर वो एक जर्नल आया या कोई भी रिसर्च कॉन्स्टिट्यूट आया तो ये जो अलग अलग सॉफ्टवेयर काम कर रहे हैं ना लोग कोई वॉस्फियर पे कर रहा है कोई बिब्लियोशाइनी पे कर रहा है
Exactly.
उसको इंटीग्रेट कर दो तो दैट वुड बी योर यूएसपी
that
not
that
only
is
fetching the data
yes, yes.
maybe a bit of analysis of data as well.
Sir, actually, when I started my journey of research in EUD, so I myself found lots of problem in searching journals. So as a developer, I thought let me do this thing first. So I did thing, but what you are saying absolutely right. This I got complete project where we can integrate many things, and we have to coordinate with all the service providers.
It will be very much useful. मैं आपको बता दूं. You go to the clarivate analysis.
Yes, yes.
Mark journal. Suppose मैंने बोला कि AUD how many papers that is coming in the AUD articles, 10 papers.
Yeah.
Sir, this will be really wonderful thing.
360%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for
One
sending me, sir.
small thing that you can make that correction in this software. Anything which is in Scopus is by default is UGC.
Yes.
But there it is coming no.
Okay,
Scopus,
okay.
yes, and when you did bulk search,
Most of them is just
all Scopus is UGC के all SCI
yes,
and
yes, yes, yes.
There are two categories.
Group one, group two, sir.
Any questions?
Until unless it has
Okay, sir, it is done.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
you can
Thank you, sir.
Next we have Mr. Deepak Verma and Dr. Varun Davar. Can you please share your screen?
Yes.
Mr. Deepak Verma and Dr. Varun Davar.
Good afternoon all. Screen is visible. Please confirm. Good afternoon all. My screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible. You can start.
Okay. Good afternoon all. I am Deepak, PhD scholar from Department of Finance and Business Economics, University of Delhi. My research work is on earning management and audit quality with the co-author of my supervisor, Dr. Varun Davar. Basically, this is the sorry. Should I continue?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. Basically, this is a research about one is the important element which is in the nowadays very crucial is the financial fraud is being very highlighted by the in the corporate world. So everyone is want to just see the truthness and the correctness of the financial statement that is published by the corporates. And a lot of stakeholders have associated with the corporate world. So everyone want their results in an appropriate way. Let the management prepare the financial statements and everyone have to rely on that. But the financial statements prepared by the management itself has no worth if it is not audited by the proper auditing standards. So overall focus is on the auditors. The auditor is supposed to do their work in a great way, so the manipulations made by the management, reported by them, can be highlighted, and all the stakeholders get awareness about this. So my research issue is this, that when the manager are involved in managing the earnings to report the better presentation of the financial statement, the financial results of the corporates, but as a auditor has an objective to detect all this. So research question is this, that audit quality impact the earning management or not. So I'm just trying to find this in the Indian scenario. Literature basically for the earning quality and earning management is not much in respect to the India, and much literature is available in the European countries, but for specifically for the Indian context, the literature is very few. So objective is to fill that particular gap. And as I just go through the various research papers, and for the earning management, one of the proxies for accruals. And accruals can be just they're estimated by the two ways. One is from the balance sheet way, and from the other is the cash flow way. And the Harvard and Collins in 2002 argued that the balance sheet way is have an estimation error. So he suggested that the cash flow approach will be more appropriate for the estimation of accruals. So I've used that particular approach. And discretionary accruals is one of the proxy which is widely used in the literature of corporate finance and accounting as a proxy for earning management. And I have used that particular discretionary accrual approach as propounded by Richa and Divich and further modified by the McNicholas in 2002. And for the purpose of the audit quality proxy, there are audit fees taken as an independent auditor. Audit fees is taken as a proxy for the independence of an audit work. And in case of the low audit fees, the auditor might reduce the efforts in performing the audit. So audit fees is one of the crucial variable for judging the audit quality itself. But there's a lot of debate. But several research studies have a significant relationship between the audit quality and the earning management. Few are I have quoted here. As I said, the research gap and the objective of the study is to fill the gap in the Indian context, basically. And we have taken the two important aspects of the audit quality. One is the auditor independence, that is shown by the audit fees in the past researches. And another element is the joint auditors. Basically, this is one of the important contribution of the present study. Then earlier, no paper have taken this particular aspect, joint auditors, but in Indian context, as the Companies Act 2013, Section 139, Subsection 3, Part D, allows the shareholders to appoint more than one auditor for a particular company. So I have taken that particular variable also to show the audit quality. If more than one auditor are there, that might be that we believe that audit quality will be improved and the earning management will reduce. And the other contribution of the study is that in the past researches, everyone has taken as a model suggested by the previous researcher, as I told you, that the McNicholas also took the one of the variable gross PTE in order to capture the discretionary part of non-discretionary part, for the depreciation. But I have taken the only depreciation expense in place of gross PTE to show the overall depreciation accruals in place of gross PTE, because gross PTE also includes some other policy and other impact also. So for calculating the only depreciation impact, we should take depreciation expense in our model. The hypothesis for this study is simple. One is the auditor independence, audit fees and negative impact on earning management, and another contribution is the joint auditor variable has a negative impact on the earning management. We believe it. And research design basically is the panel structure with the 411 Indian non-financial firms from 39 industries, and data source is a CIMA Provis IQ database. And the period of the study is 20 years from 2001 to 2020. And these are some variable definitions which are used in the research. All the variables which are not ratio are scaled with the lakh total assets in order for normalization. And methodology for empirical analysis in the total accruals is basically calculated by the cash flow approach as suggested by the Harvard and Collins, and that is the profit before tax and extraordinary item minus cash flow operation, which is just we get from the cash flow statements. Further, this particular we use a model suggested by the McNicholas, and we have adjusted with the depreciation I just told you, and this is the final model, but we have used to calculate the total accruals. As a residuals, we have just run this particular regression model, parallel regression model, cross-sectionally basically, to get the parameters to estimate the non-discretionary accruals. Cross-sectionally, we have just industry-specific, basically, we have calculated the coefficients. And these coefficients are plugged in with this equation number 3 to get the non-discretionary accruals. And discretionary accruals is the total accruals minus non-discretionary part as we received from the equation 3rd. And my final empirical model for testing for research hypothesis is discretionary accrual, which is the proxy for earning management, is a dependent variable, and all the two independent variables, which are my variable of interest. One is the joint auditor, other is the auditor fees, are the independent variable, and other the control variable. I have controlled the liquidity, leverage, profitability, Ind AS, firm size, growth opportunity, etc. with the EAW also. First of all, we just ran the panel regression and we just found that there's a Hausman test which suggests the effect must be fixed in the random. And Hausman test basically just reject the randomness and we just use the fixed effect model. In the corporate finance, the endogeneity problem is very common. So we also control to some extent that endogeneity problem with the help of the two SLS estimators and the FE instrumental variable estimators to solve the endogeneity issue. For that, basically, we have a test of the endogeneity for the audit fees variable. Is our independent variable audit fees is it endogenous or exogenous? And the p-value definitely reject the null hypothesis that our variable is exogenous. So concluding that our auditor fee is an independent variable have an endogeneity issue. That's why we have used the 2SLS and FE instrumental variable estimators. Further, the instruments which use, actually we have used the instruments as the lag value of the other regressors. And these instruments are weak or not. For that, the test is suggested by Stock and Logo in 2005. And that F value definitely rejected the null hypothesis that our instruments are weak, concluding that instruments are not weak. Results of empirical analysis is before you, and my variable of interest is joint auditor and auditor fees have a same sign as just suggested in the past research. The negative relation is there, and in fixed effect model, both are significant at 5% level of significance, and that for instrument variable, only auditor fee is significant at 5% level of significance. But in fixed effect, instrumental variable, both the variables are significant at 10% level of significance, but direction are same. Relationship is same maintained. We have used the EAW also here. So conclusion of the research is basically after controlling the impact of the liquidity, leverage, profitability, size, growth, and Ind AS and yearly impact, the earning management is negatively impacted by the audit quality. And these are the conclusions what I have just shown and told you before. And implication of the study is very clear that the investors and the other stakeholder can be benefited a lot from this study, because when they see the audited financial statement, the one of the important variable is the joint auditors can give them a great idea that the audit work is performed in which extent, which way, and the auditor fees is very, very important. Then if the low auditor fees is there, then definitely it indicates the management has compromised with auditor fees in order to get their account audited, and on part of the auditor might just reduce the efforts to make the audit work. The scope of further study is basically for the Indian context. Very few studies are there for audit quality, so they need a lot of work in this area, and specifically the new auditor, as we propose in the new proxy for the audit quality, needs some more research attention. These are some references, and we need your valuable feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, Deepak.
Yes, sir.
Very nice presentation. So congratulations for that, and you have done a very good work also. The only thing is, you have mentioned the work on the joint auditors impact,
yes, sir,
in terms of salary. So
no, not in some terms of salary. Sir, actually, I have taken the one of the new proxy for it. Basically, auditor fees is one of the proxy for judging the audit quality, and the other proxy may be the joint auditor.
Yeah, so how salary can be the criteria to judge?
Sir, there is no salary basically.
Auditor fees, you are saying auditor fees.
Yeah, basically the auditor fee is not isn't salary. Basically, auditor's fee is an independence of auditor. We say the auditor is not an employee of organization, so salary is not before in our consideration.
So you are saying it is external auditor you are
yes,
trying
sir.
to figure
Yes,
out.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that is one thing. And
Yes.
so the quantum of fees, I mean, less or
Yes.
more, how this is going to affect the research,
So
like
basically, if I so basically
quality of the
management, yes sir. So
quality
basically,
of the auditor firm. That is what my concern is.
yes sir, yes sir. In the present time, due to the competition, the some auditors take some low fees in order to capture the more business. But there's a one point, and the management also wants to reduce its cost. So there might be an indication for the compromising with the auditor work. So in some research, definitely researchers have also proved there is no relation with the auditor fees, but there are many researches who indicate the auditor fees have a great impact. And the issue is highlighted by the ICI itself. What ICI suggests is that minimum fee should be for any audit purpose, and presently what auditor firm take is much low than that to get more business. So it indicates that there is a relationship of auditor fee for audit quality.
Yeah, and second, the impact of auditing of the document. So you have
Yes.
taken mostly, what I have understand, you have taken mostly the depreciation and amortization
No,
impact of this.
basically, yeah, actually, sir, for depreciation, it is only used to calculate the accruals, not for audit purpose. Ending management is something different concept, and the audit quality is something different, which are only two proxy. One is the joint auditors, and other is the audit fees.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you.
ठीक है
Okay, thank you. I think that's
Thank you,
fine.
sir.
Thanks.
Next, we have Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir.
So good afternoon everyone. After having a delicious food, now I am talking about greenery. So let's welcome to the concept of green entrepreneurship intention among higher education student, keeping the moderating role of entrepreneurial values in mind. So here I have used the word selected factors because there are many factors which influence the green entrepreneurial intention. Out of that, I have taken the four relevant one, that is entrepreneurial creativity, green value, green recognition, and university green entrepreneurial support. And these four factors, in the presence of entrepreneurial values as mediating, I am testing this for the purpose of creating the entrepreneurial intention amongst higher education students. The things that helps or motivates me to do or to take this part is, as the term the green wave, it is getting important in business world as well as in the academic world both. And why I take this topic for the academic world, because whatever the business world take, that is the outcome of the academic world. So whatever the things we produce as a product, that is taken by them as a raw material. So if we give a good raw material, then the automatically the efficiency and other things will improve, as well as if they convert it into entrepreneurial uh, sector, or if they become an entrepreneur, then automatically it's a problem solver for so many business problems. As we know from the previous presentation, the term entrepreneur got familiar from, means not familiar, got boom from the year 1991. So, in the same way, this green entrepreneurship also got more weightage from the year almost 2001. And there are from previously it was not as a green entrepreneur. The concept started with eco entrepreneur, then environmental entrepreneur, then social entrepreneur came into the picture. Then there are many thought process which says the combination of social entrepreneur, and when I say many, there I can name the Bali 2018. He gave the concept this combination of social entrepreneur and eco entrepreneur as a green entrepreneurship. And in the year 2019, Shruti Haldar gave a significant definition in that, and where she said it is a concept which takes uh, the sustainable or the green aspects while producing anything, or producing anything means either as a product or as a service. To continuation in that, there are many research which focus, there is a shift from conventional entrepreneurial model to a new ecosystem model of sustainability entrepreneurship, and there are references also shown in the PPT. Keeping that in mind, I have taken the green entrepreneurial intention because there are many studies which have taken the entrepreneurial intention of higher education student as a research topic, and they have make an significant impact, and they have also identified the factors which gives the effect for the purpose of entrepreneurial intention. This study emphasized on the green entrepreneurial intention among higher education students with the help of the four major factors and one factors as a mediator. I have used the three basic theories. If I go the in a chronological orders, then the first theory is the cognitive theory, and then theory of reasoned action, and then the generalization theory. My four variables, what I have taken, like university, green entrepreneurial support, I have taken from the theory of reasoned actions, and generalization theory. From that theory, I have taken the two factors, that is green value and entrepreneurial and environmental values, and other factors, that is cognitive dissonance theory. From there I have taken the entrepreneurial creativity and green recognition. For this purpose I have taken the structured questionnaire from the previous studies, and I have adopted this methodology for collecting the data purpose. My sample size was 600 because in my variables I have taken 12 statement for entrepreneurial creativity, and 5 statement for EV, and other variables have 6, so put together there were total 41 items. So if I multiply it by 10, then it is somewhere around 410. So based on that 600 sample size I have taken. My response rate was 39% only because the data was collected mainly from the student. So I have to distribute to a large population to get a significant data, and that too field data. For this purpose I have not taken any first year student, because most of the studies belongs to intention field. They feel that first year means the intention is mainly created once you familiar with the concept and familiar with the atmosphere. So that's why I have excluded the first year. I have mainly focused on the second year and the third year. Second year for the PG programs and third year for the UG programs. And that's why, as I told you, it was the student. So I have the response rate was very less. For the uh, means statistical purpose, I have used this SPSS and MOS and my process micro. This is the descriptive stats of my data set, especially UG, PG, and as far as the gender is concerned. This particular diagram will explain the hypothesis and the name of the variables that I have taken for my study purpose. As I explain you, UGEC means University Green Entrepreneurial Support. EC means entrepreneurial creativity, GR means green recognition, and GV means green value, and GEI means green entrepreneurial intention. So we can see the direct relationship with all these four factors with GEI and EV as a mediating. Why I have taken EV as a mediator? Because it have the relationship with all these four variable as well as the entrepreneurial intention also. So this particular table will explains the reliability and the validity aspects of my model. So here in after the MSB I have incorporated the alpha value for the reliability purpose, and CR and AV will help us to understand or to explain the concept of convergent reliability. As we see, all the values are more than 0.7 in case of CR, and in case of AV more than 0.5. And for the purpose of discriminant validity, the comparison of AV and MSV can be seen. As we see, all the AV values are more than the MSV values. As far as this model is concerned, so the last model that I made, that is model number 6, here I have shown the two values because the first values represents the all the variables taken together without any modification. So just to improve it further, I have eliminated the one statement from the EV. So after that, this one point, that value that I have mentioned in the bracket, these values came. So just to improvise the model less than 2, I have done certain modifications in the model. So this is the result of my regression analysis that I have run first. In that regression analysis, we can see the green recognition, green value, and university green entrepreneurial support. These are the three important variables out of the other two variables. And when we see the impact of EV as a mediator on this, so we can find that in all the case it is getting mediated, only the partial and full mediation is coming. In case of green, in case of entrepreneurial creativity and green value, the mediation is fully mediated, and the other two variables, it is partially mediated. So as an outcome, what we can see is the significant or the purpose for conducting this is, as I told you, it is a responsibility of any university to incorporate the environmental aspects or the economical sensitivity towards the student, and that can be done through either a curriculum teaching or with the help of incubation centers, or if not incubation, then at least certain activities which helps them to explore this particular area of environment. Though I'm not saying I have covered each and everything. So there are few factors which can be taken further to improvise this concept and to explore this particular model in other areas. That like especially I have taken the samples from the Delhi NCR regions only. And apart from that, there are several factors, that is, if anyone have the past experience of entrepreneurial activities, and as we know, like theory of plant behavior, there are subjective norms and other the variables of external bodies support. So these variables can be taken further to improvise the model, either as an independent variable, or like in case of moderator, if I see, so we can take the example of the variables of family background, the persons who are from the entrepreneurial background and the person who are not from the entrepreneurial background. So these variables can be taken as the independent variable, moderator, or mediating variable for the further study. So these are the references. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
They would ask the expert question, but my only concern is it only fashionable to put green on everything, or you are internally convinced that there is something called green values? I mean, values are values, no? अब इसमें ग्रीन क्या होगा? मतलब आई अंडरस्टैंड कि आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी वैल्यूज कितनी एनवायरमेंटल कंसर्न है, तो वो तो वैल्यूज के पार्ट में ही आएगा. अब ग्रीन वैल्यू आप मुझे बताइए कि यहाँ पे तो हम क्या कहते हैं कि पृथ्वी शांति, आकाश शांति, अंतरिक्ष शांति, तो ग्रीन वैल्यूज हमारे सिस्टम में कभी से इम्बाइब्ड है। शांति मंत्र में क्या पढ़ते हैं कि सारी चीजों में, तो इसका मतलब वी हैव बीन ऑलवेज कंसर्न अबाउट द एनवायरमेंट। तो वैल्यूज का तो इम्बाइब पार्ट है ना वो, एथिक्स, ग्रीन मतलब सस्टेनेबिलिटी। तो आपको खुद को क्या लगता है, फॉरगेट अबाउट कि आपने लोगों से क्या पूछा, उन्होंने क्या जवाब दिया, आपके CFI GFI वो ये बताएंगे कितना अच्छा है, बट मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि आपको खुद को लगता है जे रिसर्चर की वो, मतलब मैं कन्विंस नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ। ग्रीन एटीट्यूड, ग्रीन बिहेवियर, ग्रीन वैल्यूज, अब ऐसा लग रहा है हर चीज के आगे अभी ग्रीन टी।
अगर हम जैसे इफ आई सी द एग्जांपल ऑफ जनरलाइजेशन थ्योरी, तो इट सेज कि हम अपने इन्वायरमेंट से बहुत सारी चीज़ें लेते हैं। सो अगर मतलब आपकी, हमारी और हमारे बाद वाली जनरेशन्स के बीच में अगर हम देखें, तो शायद हमारे आपके लिए ग्रीन वैल्यूज़ इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट साउंड नहीं करती, बट आने वाले टाइम पीरियड में ये एक फैंसी और इम्पोर्टेंट वर्ड होगा। जैसा अभी आपने एग्जांपल दिया कि हमारे पिताजी के को आप बोलो कि ग्रीन टी लेना है, तो उनके लिए मतलब इसका कोई सेंस नहीं। अगर हम हमारे दादाजी से इसकी बात कर लोगे तो वो मतलब वो तो मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूँ कि मैं उसी पे ही आ रहा था कि वैल्यूज जो है वो इन्वायरमेंट से ड्रिवन होती हैं, और शायद हमारा इन्वायरमेंट हम नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि वैल्यूज मतलब उनको हम ये कह पाए कि ये ग्रीन वैल्यूज नहीं है। हाँ, स्केल्स ऑन वैल्यूज। हाँ जी, वैल्यूज टुवर्ड्स सोसाइटी। Or instead of environmental values and green values taking both together, if I take only one.
No, what is the difference between environmental values and green values? Again, it is again an overlapping term. So the thing is that, okay, it's okay that if we have this term in the literature, so we give a support of the literature and then we go on.
हाँ, मतलब ये दोनों जो जेंटलमैन है उनका कहना सिर्फ इतना है, किसी से आप पूछोगे कि तुमको चोर बनना, चोर नहीं बनना, तो चोर होगा तब भी कहेगा मैं चोर नहीं बनना चाहता, बस ये बात है। तो ये टारगेटेड क्वेश्चंस भी रहे होंगे तो उसका आंसर आप यस ही में मिलेगा हमेशा, है ना। बट अगर आप उनसे खाली ये पूछेंगे कि वेदर यू वांट टू बी एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, so question may be different, the answer may be different, but if you ask somebody if you want to be a green entrepreneur, तो वो अगर entrepreneur नहीं भी बनना है तो कहेगा yes I want to be a green entrepreneur if at all I want to become, है ना। ये थोड़ा फर्क है। तो आपके जो क्वेश्चंस भी होंगे वो टारगेटेड रहे होंगे, तो फिर आपका रिजल्ट भी वैसा ही आएगा। तो वो जो वेरी प्रेमाइस ऑफ आपका जो रिसर्च है वो जैसा ये कह रहे हैं, तो वो है कि आपने एक ऐसा क्वेश्चन ले लिया जिसका आंसर यस ही होगा हमेशा, तो उसमें ये बात है।
Next, we have Mr. Mehtab Alam. So you're requested to please share your screen.
Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Is this visible?
Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, and I would like to extend my gratitude to RDAS for conducting such a platform where all the early research and body researchers can come and discuss their research work and definitely get the positive and professional experts' opinions to improve in their research work. I am Mehtab Alam, research scholar from Faculty of Management Studies, Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur, along with my guide Dr. Meera Mathur of FMS MLSU. going to present this research work on the topic green consumer behavior of millennials in NCT of Delhi. Climate change is no longer a future problem, it is now problem, said by Mr. Anderson. We people are normally thinking that it is going to be a futuristic problem, but nowadays we all are facing this problem in the current scenario. We are facing air pollution, acidic rain, deforestation, ozone layer depletion, depletion of natural resources, global warming, biodiversity losses. These problems are globally known to everyone that it is very much visible to all of us. But as far as I have conducted the study in Delhi, so let's concentrate on the Delhi. Uh, if I talk about the Indian scenario, recently a data has been released by the Environmental Performance Index 2022, where India is standing on the last rank, that is 180. In 2020, it was on 168th rank. So it is a matter of concern. And my study is in the city of Delhi. So if I talk about the Delhi scenario, Delhi is the fourth most polluted city in the entire world. And through lots of medias and through lots of newspaper, we are seeing on a daily basis, especially in the winter season, that Delhi is highly polluted, and odd and even formulas are implemented. Various techniques by the government, various strategies by the government has been taken to avoid this problem. And one more important element, that I have conducted this study on the millennial generation, millennial consumers, in fact. Those who were born between 1981 to 2000, said by Mr. Naylor 2022. So environmental problems have been considered as one of the top challenge, followed by other economic challenges. As we all are knowing that there are many economic challenges, poverty, their income, their employment. So it is also one of the important challenge after these economic challenge, environmental problems. Uh, as far as theoretical framework is concerned, the basic idea has been taken from the work done in the previous consumer behavior literature. Practice influencing consumer behavior, we have already studied as a student of marketing. There are internal influences and external influences for the consumer behavior. Uh, and consumer decision making model, very famous model, which consists majorly 5 steps: recognition of need, information search, evaluation of alternative, purchase decision, post purchase evaluation. And the basic model given by Blackwell et al., which consists input, information process, decision process, and influencing factor. Means the previous slides in where I was having two separate things, factors influencing and consumer decision making process. So in this model, they are trying to include both the things together. So basic idea has been taken to form a comprehensive model where we can talk about the influencing factors as well as the decision making process. I have done a systematic literature review. I have gone through 460 articles, and the journey of this review of literature included many articles, excluded articles which are not suitable to the research work, and finally we have taken six constructs: environmental consciousness, environmental attitude, perceived quality of green products, social influence, consumer belief, green consumer behavior. The review of literature, they talk about region wise. 76% is international literature review and 24% is domestic. If we talk about the year wise, up to 1995, 4%, then 1996 to 2005%, 7%, 24%, 27%, 33%, so on up to 2015 onwards. So, after having a comprehensive and in-depth research on the literature review, we have finalized few research gaps. That Delhi is actually facing this problem from many years, and the support of millennials, millennial generation as a citizen, as a marketer, and as a consumers are required. So we have conducted this study as a consumers, millennials consumers, and very less studies on this particular area in city of Delhi. Many studies have been done, but in Hong Kong, in USA, London, Australia, right? So in the city of Delhi, in fact in India also studies have been done, but particular to city of Delhi, this was the research gap. So So out of this research gap, we have finalized four research objectives. One is to know about the environmental consciousness of millennials in NCT of Delhi. That is environmental consciousness. It is one of our construct. Then the factors influencing green consumer behavior. What are the various factors that are influencing green consumer behavior? And then examining the consumer decision making process in the context of green, means whether the people are taking their consumer decision process keeping in the mind the green or environment or not. And also to investigate the relationship and impact of green products buying influencing factor. Those factors are having influence on consumer behavior. Do they have influence on consumer decision making also or not? So keeping in mind this objective, we have proposed a framework, conceptual framework. There are factors like environmental consciousness, consumer belief, environmental attitude, perceived quality, social influence, or the impact of all these type on green consumer behavior as well as on green consumer decision making. Few hypotheses have been framed, total 12 hypotheses have been framed on the basis of this proposed framework. Very first is to know the environmental consciousness, and the third one is to check the consumer decision making in the context of green, and remaining second and fourth one is being divided in sub parts A, B, C, D, E, means just checking their influence of all these factors, five factors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, EC, CB, EA, QGP, and SI. The research methodology has been followed. The research design is descriptive in nature, and the area I have chosen for the study is NCT of Delhi. The settings of research were non-contrived setting. Research time horizon was cross-sectional study, and we have collected data in both the modes, primary as well as secondary. And the research instrument is used structured questionnaire scale. All the scales adopted and standardized scales were used from the literature review. Sampling technique that we have used is purposive sampling and sample items from millennial consumers. And we have circulated this questionnaire to 1,000 people, and we have received approximately 700 responses. So my response rate was 71.2, but we have included only 589 millennial consumers after data filtration. Research core technique is used structural equation modeling, the software that we have used in IBM SPSS and IBM AMOS. Before going to the large scale, we have also done the pre-testing and pilot testing. In pre-testing, we have checked face validity. We have selected 20 probable prospects, and we have gone through that whether the questions are actually understandable in the same manner or not. We have also get it checked with the five experts. We have taken the opinion whether it is all the items are asking the same thing as per the objectives of the study or not. After doing this pre-testing, we have run the pilot testing. We have chosen the 100 samples and also tested the reliability through Cronbach alpha, and all the values of the reliability is zero point 0.7, which is acceptable as per here at all. Then at the large scale, we have collected data with the 589 millennials, and then we have gone into the data analysis process. We have also done the data entry and codification in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have done data cleaning and screening. We do not have any missing number as we have collected the data in the pandemic period. So we have used the Google form, and we have made the settings in such a manner that no entry can be left unfilled. So there was no any missing number, but definitely unengaged responses were there. Those who were not attentive to filling the questionnaire, they fill either 555 or 444. So we have deleted below zero point 0.5 standard deviation as per Professor Gaskin, as rated them as an unengaged respondent. Then we have used both the techniques, descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. In the descriptive analysis, we have found that the basic demographical questions, genders with the percentage of males 57.6, highest percentage. We have classified the millennial age in five categories: 17 to 22, 23 to 27, 28 to 32, 33 to 37, and the majority were in the age of 17 to 22 with the 82.5%. Then we have also analyzed the educational qualification. So maximum percentage in is lying in engineering and computer science, that is 43%, and in the people are graduate and other.
Yeah, Mr. Alam, am I audible?
And other categories for graduate and others.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
see, the time is over and you are still on research methodology. So, my request is in one minute or some. This is the extra time that we are providing. So, please present your results, not your
Okay.
whole thesis, please.
So we have tested the through EFA first because we have adopted the model and we have made slightly changes in the questions to make it suitable, and we have found that uh, we applied the PCA model and all the factor loading was above 0.5, and the total variance explained were more than 50%, that is 73.7, and then again KMO is 0.94, more than zero point 0.7, that is 0.948, and that we had applied the CFA to test the model. Then we check the reliability of the construct by Cronbach alpha as well as composite reliability, which is 0.7, and validity with divergent and convergent. And in the convergent validity, we have seen that AV is greater than 0.5, CR is greater than 0.7, and CR is also greater than AV, and the discriminant validity with the help of square root of ABZ with the respective correlation values. This is the structural models and the model fit indices which are acceptable as per the limit prescribed by Hare et al. And other academicians. The path estimates we have also tested. So out of 10, 3 are not supported, 7 are supported. And as far as the hypothesis is concerned, we were having 12 hypotheses. So 3 are not accepted and remaining are accepted. So we can say in the findings that the young consumers of the NCT of Delhi are environmentally conscious. The factors, all these factors, EC, EA, CB, PGQP, SRB, they all are having influence, direct influence on green consumer behavior. But when we talk about their influence on consumer decision making, only 2 factors, environmental conscious and perceived quality, are having positive influence, and rest of them are not supporting and having not influence.
Mr. Alam, your
And
time is over. Please.
yes, sir.
We have some queries now.
Limitation is only that it is being conducted in NCT of Delhi and taken the specific age category, and implication for the theoretical, managerial and societal. And in theoretical, definitely people can do further studies of these factors on buying motives and buying roles, and the managerial application that the people are going to sell the product to the consumers, those who are in millennial age category, they can understand the importance of this construct. And as a society, because people are all millennials are a citizen, as a sellers or as a buyer, so we should understand the importance of this societal implication for the sustainable development. Few references. Thank you.
I must compliment Alam that maybe organizer gave you that these many slides has to be there. So what you did was actually whatever you wanted to present. So that's very smart work. I actually learned a lot because
So there was a limitation to restrict it in
yeah,
12
so
slides
I
only.
mean that's really creative. I mean I must compliment. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Our expert is so mesmerized with your presentation that he did not ask even a single question. Okay, Mr. Mehtab, see, if I say that your responses were totally biased, how would you respond to it?
Sir, actually, responses are not so bad. Actually, there is a technique that should be used, that reverse coding. So I have also used one item as a reverse coding. So I found that the maximum people have seen that question in the reverse coding and answered in that way. And those who were not properly engaged, I have deleted those items by below than 0.5 standard
Those
deviation.
responses you deleted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but most of us actually give socially desirable answers. And your results also show that, because nothing has improved for last 20-25 years in Delhi, and you are saying that the millennials are environmental conscious. So I can't believe this. How do you defend your findings?
So they are conscious, but they are not showing in their decision making.
Yes,
So
that is what I am saying. The contribution of your research would have been, you would have made some construct on actual implementation, and then you would have tested this model, because there is no new construct in your model. So actually this stereotyping has been happening, that we take some constructs, we make a structural equation model and we test it and we find it that these things are supported and these are not supported. So what is your contribution?
So my contribution is that specifically for the NCT of Delhi, that all youths are going to be either consumers or buyers or policymakers or industrials or entrepreneurs. So if we will try to make, if they are, that's why I have taken very first objective as main objective is environmental consciousness. If they are conscious, they will definitely show
No,
in
no,
their
no. As a,
behavior.
see, you're mistaken. See, as a researcher, your role is not to improve things. Your role is to study and find out how to improve things. Am I right? Your role is not to make them conscious. Your role is to find whether they are conscious or not, why they are conscious, why not they are conscious, and what can make them conscious. Okay? Hope you're getting my point. So, what new variable or construct or new thing you have contributed in the existing body of knowledge? Because whatever you have presented in your model is all there in the literature.
Actually, I have made a comprehensive model mapping both the things, consumer behavior as well as consumer decision
If
making
you do
model.
literature
But
survey on environmental consciousness, you will find even bigger models than this, having more number of constructs, mediation, moderation, and everything. Right. Okay, fine. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Next, we have Miss Aditi Srivastava.
First of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Aditi Shrivastava, a PhD research scholar from Northern International University. I, along with my co-guide Dr. Shalini Singh, are going to present a working paper. Actually, this is my first working paper of which will be based on survey. So this is the previous version of the PPT, and because it's a working paper, so the updated version is with me on my mobile phone. Sorry for the inconvenience. Uh, so the topic of my paper is the study the impact of digital influencers on social media for electronic goods. As we have seen in the recent years that social platforms, social media has gone way beyond in purchasing. People are like millions of viewers are on social media and they are just not just chatting, they are just purchasing products through online media. And we have seen that in the recent years, social influencers have actually influenced these people a lot, especially in other countries. And this trend is actually growing in India itself. So my paper is why social influencers and why electronic goods actually. Social influencers, first of all, the definition of social influencers. Social influencers are basically the third people who have gained some kind of expertise and some knowledge on the basis of their experience of using a product. So how these people actually influence our generation Z in influencing and motivating them to buy certain products. And the main role of the main construct or the main variable that is being that plays a very important role here is the short videos. How the short videos by social influencers on social media actually influence our followers today on social media. The gap that I have found, I have gone through 150 plus papers, and in those papers I have found that travel and fashion industry has seen a great hike, but the electronics. Oh, sorry. So is the how to. Okay, okay, sorry. Yes, sir, I have started. Slides are, I guess, not visible, moving. Yeah, yeah, thank you. So, as I told, the very first objective is to see the factors that are responsible. There's a, some that are responsible for such hike of social media influencers in the recent years in e-commerce industries for electronic goods. Basically, in literature, we have tremendous literature available on fashion products, luxury products, as well as travel and tourism. But we have very limited literature in electronic goods, especially in India. So the variables that after going through 150 plus papers, I have got through these variables that are brand trust, satisfaction, brand image, trustworthiness, expertise, attractiveness, authenticity and intimacy, social connectivity and social presence, similarity and closeness. Out of which closeness and brand loyalty, brand promotion, and product perception are the least researched variables. Uh, Similarity and attractiveness are the most researched variables till date in literature for e-commerce industry. So my research will be focusing on brand loyalty. Trust and closeness and trust forms are a part of brand loyalty. Brand loyalty, product promotion, and product perception are three variables that will be independent variables that play major role in my research paper. And the dependent variable is definitely purchase intention, with the other variables like positive word of mouth and price premiums. Maybe these may play a moderating role in the paper. So I know it's a working paper. It's very difficult to present a working paper with no statistical analysis here. But I have gone through papers, I guess 25 papers on social media influencers from Scopus and Taylor and Francis, and there I found and I framed I guess 16 questions that 5 questions of demographic profiles of the respondents. Next, brand loyalty will contain approximately 10 questions, and product promotion will include 3 questions, and product perception will include 3 questions. So the hypothesis will be very simple, not very complicated one. That is brand loyalty in B is associated is of the social influencer is related to the product purchase behavior. And the sorry, I didn't include short video ads. Is the brand loyalty being increased in the short video ads by social influencers on social media? Along with this, the second hypothesis will be on product promotion. That is, does the short video ads by social influencers actually increase the product promotion of the electronic products? Especially the targeted will be the mobile phones and the what we call it, ear accessories. Sorry, mobile phones and ear accessories will be the main domain. And the third hypothesis will be product perception. Product perception, basically, does the social influencer actually make followers buy the product and change their perception over time? For how long these influencers these followers are actually following these social media influencers, and how they are actually reacting to it, and has their perception being changed over the time? So the population that I will be targeting is graduates, postgraduates from Delhi University, and the sample size would be for now it is approximately 200. And the statistical tool that I will be using is structural equation modeling. Reason, because I have not done statistics till now, but as far as I have read about the statistical tools, there can be a multicollinearity between the variables, and same is the updated version and a better version of doing the statistical analysis. So that will be the part of my working paper. That's all. Means right.
The fact that your first motivation, so pretty much understandable.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
The fact that this university, this institution is providing a forum wherein actually presenting the idea, so that's really commendable.
Thank you, sir.
We wish you all the best. few things because you are yet to start your journey. There is a difference between a working paper and work in progress.
Okay.
Working paper, when we use the term, it is a different meaning. इसका मतलब ये होता है कि कोई काम मैंने कर लिया है,
Okay.
जर्नल में पब्लिश करने के पहले मैं कम्युनिटी से फीडबैक लेता हूँ, राइट, सो दैट आई कैन इम्प्रूव. जैसे कुछ लोग कुछ फोरम पे डाल देते हैं, राइट, एंड दे वांट टू सी द रिएक्शन, and once they are convinced the reactions are all right, then I'll go for publication.
Okay.
So that is what we mean by working paper. What you are saying is work in progress. So
Okay,
you are
sir.
in the middle of something.
Yes, sir.
Right? कहीं पे आप वर्ड यूज करो डिजिटल इन्फ्लुएंसर, कहीं पे आप यूज करो सोशल मीडिया इन्फ्लुएंसर, कहीं पे सिर्फ इन्फ्लुएंसर वर्ड यूज करो. आपका टाइटल जो है वहाँ पे डिजिटल इन्फ्लुएंसर और सोशल मीडिया. If somebody influencer on social media has to be digital.
Yes, sir.
So the word digital has no meaning.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
तो आप वहाँ पर सिर्फ इन्फ्लुएंसर वर्ड यूज करो. डिजिटल इन्फ्लुएंसर क्या हुआ? अगर if I am an influencer on social media, has to be the mode could be digital or maybe a conventional mode or traditional mode. An influencer is an influencer, right? और जो मॉडल आप प्रपोज कर रहे हो वो मॉडल मुझे लगता है कि टू स्ट्रेट अप मॉडल. आपने इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल ली है which is very well defined. इसमें बहुत काम होता है.
Yes, sir.
One of my MPhil student has done this. She is doing PhD. तो मुझे पता है कि इसमें बहुत काम होता है.
Yes, sir.
पर डायरेक्टली ये परचेज इंटेंशन को कैसे कवर करेंगे? कुछ बीच में और भी तो आता होगा, एटीट्यूड, बिहेवियर.
Yes, sir.
पीबीबी थियरी होती होगी. परचेज इंटेंशन बहुत लास्ट में होता है. तो उन सबको स्किप क्यों कर रहे हो? इस पे थोड़ा सोचो. ठीक है?
I think it's in a very low stage.
Yes,
Where
sir.
you're talking about model, but more interesting was that you mentioned that you don't know statistical techniques, but you use structural equation modeling. So it was the most interesting thing for me to listen. And structural equation modeling would remove multicollinearity. It was
Yes,
even
sir.
more interesting.
Sir, actually, I have attended workshops where it was told that this.
अच्छा अच्छा. नहीं नहीं मैं
I am a big.
हाँ, नहीं क्या कैसे पर see there are two different values. If you talk about factor analysis, I would agree 100% that factor analysis removes the multiple linearity. And once after we have done that, what we call is your discriminant validity, we are almost sure that there is no multiple linearity. But saying it with the imputed variables, instead of I'm going very technical because if you have not done it, you will not understand.
Yes, sir.
But if we are going with the imputed variables, there is a collinearity. I don't say that there is a very high degree collinearity, but yes, there is a collinearity. So one has to be very careful while using this term multicollinearity. Right, but yes, structural equation modeling is good, and but don't say that I don't know statistics, but I will use structural equation modeling. So you know, uh,
ACM does not reduces the multicollinearity. Yes. ACM has its own problem with the multicollinearity. It should not be very high.
Okay.
One of the assumptions in the ACM, there should not be multicollinearity. Probably you are too young. I mean, too at the very early stage तो शायद absorb नहीं कर पाया. जब आपके पास अपना डेटा आएगा, जब आप उसको एनालिसिस करोगे तो शायद काफी मुझे डाउट.
Yes, sir. It's very early stage, initial stage of my research actually.
देखिए आप जैसे अगर फैक्टर स्कोर सेव करते हैं फैक्टर एनालिसिस में, वो कोरिलेशन विल बी जीरो, so there is no multiplication at all. Structural equation modeling में there exists. And see, it is the beauty of structural equation modeling. मैं फैक्टर स्कोर्स को कभी सपोर्ट नहीं करता. मैंने लिटरेचर इकट्ठा किया हुआ इस चीज पे कि आप कैसे बोल सकते हैं कि मेरे इस कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट और इस कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट में जीरो रिलेशन है.
Yes, sir.
होना ही नहीं चाहिए.
Sir,
प्रैक्टिकली तो नहीं हो सकता.
sir, actually, there will be some multicollinearity that in these between these variables.
नहीं बहुत अच्छा है आप आए इस प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ इस स्टेज पे आना बहुत मुश्किल था. ये
Thank you,
सबसे
sir.
बड़ी बात है. आई थिंक इसके लिए तालियां बजनी चाहिए आपको.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. That means he knew that policeman could not even present. Exactly. मतलब मेरे पास ऐसी presentation होती मुझे डर लगता कि नहीं मैं नहीं जाऊंगा.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Miss Sarita Kumari.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Ma'am, please share your screen.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
The presentation is not visible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, now?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. It is in the word. Now it is okay. Yeah, thank you. You can
Yes,
you
yes,
can
sir.
begin, please.
Yes. So, firstly, a very good evening to all of you. My name is Sarita Kumari. I am pursuing my PhD from Maharshi Dayanand University. Firstly, I would like to thank you for being me here. Today, I am here to present my research paper entitled as Role of Visual Sensory Enabling Technologies in Multi-Sensory Online Experience, a review of literature approach. As we know, in the present era, the landscape of retailing is changing rapidly and people are engaging more and more in online shopping. This is all because of the technological advancement. People are shifting from the e- traditional physical shopping to online shopping because of the different drivers. These different factors push the customer to shift from traditional to online. These may be the increased affordability and penetration of smart devices such as the smartphone and tablets, etc. Increased penetration of internet-enabled devices and increase penetration of plastic money and virtual payment mechanism. These factors push the customer to shift on the online retail. But when we take the online retailing and offline retailing simultaneously, online retail is still lacking in delivering the same experience as the physical retail provides to the customer. But nowadays, retailers try to provide the same experience to the customer by adopting the new marketing techniques or way of presentation of product. If the way of product presentation is impressive, it will influence the perception and attitude of customer because different scholars suggested that if the mix and match way of presenting the product uh, are adopted by the retailers, this will influence the customer's mental imagery and they get the good quality of product information that stimulate their mental stimulation that create the different sensory memories in customer and influence their purchase intention. In the modern era, in the modern era, retailers adopting new ways to lure customer that results they are more involved in the digital world because of they create more interactive with their product and the technology and have they are having the very clear idea of what actually the retailers are trying to present them. Now, what are the visual sensory enabling technology? As the name suggests, it is the way to visualize the product. Nowadays, retailers are adopting new ways to visualize the product to stimulate the sensory modalities of the customer. These ways are like the 3D view of product, virtual reality, augmented reality, virtual try-on. Customer can zoom in and zoom out the product, so they influence the customer sensory modalities and the customer feel more engaged in them with the product and the technology. Now the what is the sensory enabling technology? Technology is providing sensory input in the online shopping environment as a proxy for sensory experience which they actually get in the physical environment, which include both the product visualization technology and their haptic, where they can touch, they can have a sense of they are touching the product while they are seeing them. These technologies are also known as the image interactivity technology because the customer can interact with the product as they are in the physical space, like same as. And if these technologies are used with the help of with the help of touch screen, or we can say if the visualized technology are used with the haptic technology, this will create the multi-sensory enjoyment or multi-sensory experience to the customer. Now what is the multi-sensory online experience? Multi-sensory means when the retailers are taking two or more than two senses into consideration while product presentation, it will create the multi-sensory. There are different definitions attached with the multisensory, the term multisensory, like the sensor and sensation and the sensory marketing. Sensor means the communicating device or communicating mean which is used to transmit or receive the information via the device or equipment. Sensation is the feeling associated with the presentation of product in terms of idea, etc. And the sensory marketing when the customer senses are taken into consideration and which influence their behavior, that is the sensory marketing. The different neuroscience and marketing researches advise that the multisensory marketing influence more to customer attitude as compared to the single sensory marketing. I have read the different paper which support this notion that the single as compared to single sensory, multisensory is more effective. Multisensory experiences help to build the emotional linkage. This helps to build the customer. With this linkage important to build a strong brand, and marketing influence customer satisfaction. When the customer feels satisfied, they become the loyal customer for that particular product. Hence, to differentiate the position the product in customer's mind, the marketers should follow the sensorial strategy to influence the overall acceptability of the product. But a new challenge arises with the rapid expansion of these online shopping. How to provide these multi-sensory experience to customer in an online platform. So to overcome these, different new emerging technologies are coming and the marketers are adopting these technologies nowadays. These technologies are 3D, virtual try-on, augmented reality, and virtual reality, etc. This technology present the product in such a way that the customer feels they are touching the product and their need for touch desire product may be satisfied. So what is the 3D product presentation? 3D stands for the three-dimensional. 3D technology add a new dimension to visual modality in of e-commerce. Customer can see the product, analyze it from all the angles before making a purchase decision. Portal that enable customer to provide his product information about the product. The zoom and rotation create mental stimulation in customer's mind. This online experience is also called the virtual experience. So hence the virtual experience is the stimulation of real or physics which occur within a computer mediated environment. So online retailers are increasing their sales and profitability by systematically integrating these dynamic presentation formats to convey their products, services, etc. to in front of the customers. Another one is the virtual try-on. In virtual try-on, what actually it is, customer can try the product before they are going to buy. It allows customer to try product before buy in e-tailer platform, which enhance their utilitarian and hedonic values. Like the lens card nowadays using, the customer can try the glasses over there. They can use the glasses. They can try the glasses in two different ways. They can choose the picture of a model and try it over there, and they can take their selfie also and try it there. Same as the Tanishq, Nolier, Merrill, and another one the Amazon, Flipkarts also using this virtual try-on technology. Another one is the augmented reality. What actually the augmented reality is, the the in augmented reality, the physical space and the actual physical space and the online space come together, Augmented reality is also known as reality and virtual continuum because it is a combination of physical and virtual environment. Augmented reality, augmented reality technology include that one can place the online product with the real environment and can see how this product look like in actual environment, like where pepper fry is using the augmented reality view of the product view. One can see how looks the sofa and bed in their room or dining room and etc. So these technology blur the boundary between the physical and virtual space. It also include the machine interactivity, different videos, text, images. Images can be in 3D or 2D format. Now the result after reviewing the different papers, I found that the new emerging technologies are better than the traditional online retails because it enhances the mental imagery of customer by providing the quality of information to customers, and customer can have an idea the how customer can get different images in their mind, and they can imagine how they are looking or how the product is looks at the physical space. And another one is the interactivity because these technology provide the more interactivity to the customer can interact more, and if the interactivity increase, they also have a clear mental imagination what actually the product is, and they perceive that the product is in their own hands. And this enhance their haptic imagery because they are interacting with the product like the offline one, so they are thinking they are actually having that product. This will reduce the product intangibility, or we can say that it enhance the product tangibility. And when they are imagining that the product is in their hand, they feel that the product they feel that the product is their own, and it enhance their perceived ownership. Now these technology helps in their product evaluation process while customers are searching for the product and interacting with the product, or they can evaluate the each and every aspect of product. So it helps in product evaluation process. If
I'm sure you
and
are
after
aware
product.
that exceeding the time would have a negative impact on your evaluation. Sarita?
Yes, sir.
Exceeding the time limit would have a negative marking. I think that's mentioned in the instructions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I am concluding, only 2 3 points are remaining.
I think we have got most of the points now.
Submit query.
Yes, I think we can take
Sarita, let
some
us have some queries.
question answers, right? Okay, how many papers you
If
have
technology.
reviewed? See, you are when you are presenting a literature review paper, right? So, how many number of
Yes,
what
sir.
total number of papers you have reviewed?
Actually, sir, this is my PhD work, and I have read approx all the technologic factor. I have read approx 80 plus
Number
papers.
of papers, ma'am. Number of papers. 10, 20, 100, 200. Number.
Sir, it may be 90 plus 90 papers, you can say.
Okay, maybe. Okay. What is the
Yes,
quality
sir.
of the papers?
Because I
Like,
didn't count.
okay, it suppose
Sir, all the
90.
papers are
Suppose
sir,
90.
all the papers are mostly papers are Emerald and Elsevier.
Emerald and elsewhere. Did you check whether they are in
Yes,
Scopus,
sir.
ABDC, or what? Because such matrices are very, very important when you present a literature review paper. And there should be
Yes,
proper,
sir.
when you highlight, when suppose you have you are presenting your conclusions, so you are presenting like the
Yes, sir.
variables, but I don't see the support of the literature along with the variable, so there is no meaning of that. Okay, you
Sir,
see.
actually, due to the time foundation, I just note down the points.
No, that please don't tell me that time foundation, and I have to be rational while evaluating. So I am highlighting for improvement also. There is no point, especially in a literature review paper or in any paper, when you are coming up with certain factors, variables, or constructs, they should
Yes,
be
sir.
accompanied by the studies, the name of the author and the year. Because year is again very important. Why the earlier researchers have been saying that this term was propounded in 2001, this was propounded 2020. So we want to know that, we want to understand where the when the multi sensory thing was came into force and who propounded it. So a literature review has to be much more technical and formal in its presentation, which was missing in your presentation. One thing.
Okay, sir.
Second is, my last question is on your title. You have mentioned here that there is a sensory, visual sensory enabling technologies in multi-sensory online experience. But
Yes, sir.
how online experience is multisensory, and if it is multisensory, suppose,
Yes, sir.
but you are
Yes,
studying
sir.
only visual, so why there is a need to mention it is multisensory,
Sir,
right?
sir, हाँ जी, yes.
Huh? Why
Sir,
there was a
actually,
need to mention? Okay.
sir, multi-sensory means the when two or more than two senses are combined. So in
Yes.
online retailing,
So
well,
do you believe that online experience is multisensory? Is it true?
sir, I have conducted research in virtual try-on, but
No, my
I
question
found
is,
that
please,
I found that
basic
the
question. There are five senses that you have mentioned. Sensory
yes, sir,
marketing is
yes,
very
sir.
important topic. So there are five senses. It is called multisensory, right?
Yes,
Is
sir.
online experience multisensory?
Sir,
Yes or
online
no?
experience multi-sensory means when I read the paper, one paper
Yeah,
shows that
forget
A
about the
are
papers, madam.
multi-sensory, augmented.
My question is, there are five senses. You can touch, you
Hmm,
can smell, you can see, you can hear, you can
hmm,
whatever, right? Feel.
hmm,
Okay, you can feel. So,
hmm.
is it multi sensory or not? This is my question. Online experience is only
Sir,
visual or multi sensory?
sir, in traditional it is only visual, but due to the adoption of new technologies like augmented reality, it will become multi-sensory because
Okay,
it
now
provides the sense of touch. Haptic imagery is one of
yes,
the
now
construct.
I got your point. Thank you. I got your point. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
That's all from our side. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Now we have Ms. Deepika
सब
Kailash.
समझदार.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Deepika. I'm a research scholar in DCRUS, Dinbandhu Choturam University of Science and Technology. My topic for presentation is a review on various issues, challenges, and different methodologies in vehicular environment. Before starting my topic and discussion, let's take one statement from from International Agency of Environment specialist, we can say, or an agency which is related to the energy conservation, which is more concerned about energy conservation, energy enhancement, fuel consumption regarding transportation. They gave a statement in 2020 that 24% energy consumption or energy related issues are generated due to transportation facility or transportation environment. I have presented this paper in 2020, and in May 2020 till then, third quarter of that percentage have already done. So that is the huge data that was given by International Agency of Ecosystem. Now move to the next. Main focus on my presentation is the issue that is more concern related to our day-to-day life basically, and that is the congestion. Uh, from literature, I have a few issues regarding transportation system, regarding vehicular environment basically. The first one is congestion, next is trajectory prediction, traffic flow prediction, channel estimation, or we can say the path basically. And the next one is the network security. Out of these five, I mainly want to focus on the congestion prediction and the congestion control among vehicles. When we talk about congestion word is quite narrow, but their impact is huge. Their impact is wide basically. This is not an individual term which is this is not just an individual term, it is a relatable term. We can see that air pollution, fuel consumption, braking, traffic law, noise pollution, accident, lost time, delay time basically, because the person stuck in that particular location, say that at the intersection point, so the delay time will be increasing in that case. So these are issues related to the congestion, the term congestion basically. There is a scenario. The picture is clearly visible that there is a traffic scenario, the real world scenario is there, and in second picture I am showing the intersection point. Various vehicle, two-wheeler, four-wheelers are there, cyclist also there, and pedestrian also there in this picture. This is a real life based scenario. I am working on real life based example and real life based data set basically. I'm presenting two data sets. Data set one is a small data set which is generated by which is generated by me with the help of Sumo. Sumo is a simulation of urban mobility simulator. It's a real time based simulator. I have chosen the city, Sonipat city, district Sonipat, state is Haryana. The left hand side diagram is the Sumo scenario. This is the real time scenario. I have considered my hometown city Sonipat, and I have chosen 100 vehicles for this particular data set consideration. The right hand side is the scatter plot, or we can say the same representation, same scenario in the nodal representation. That is more technical form, we can say. This is the real one and this is the same scenario but in nodal representation. These are the result. My main motive was to find the prediction, to estimate the prediction basically, and the parameter is the waiting time at the intersection, because that is the main cause. If we stuck at that particular time, our time is increasing, fuel consumption increases, and that is not the only issue. Mental and our mental health basically affected because of this congestion. That these terms are relatable actually. These are the result. I have mentioned three machine learning based approaches, and the result are showing that accuracy is 99.5% using Keras sequential model. The right hand side, the corner one, is the congestion level. The orange point represented 1 and the blue one are 0. These are the congestion level basically. 0 means no congestion and 1 means there is a congestion based on the waiting time at the intersection. The particular intersection, I am using this data set 1. The next one is the data set 2. This is a huge data set. More than 2 lakh observation are there. This is a US cities based data set. There are 4 cities, Atlanta, Boston, Chicago and Philadelphia. 2 data sets are there, training and testing data set. Observations are there. This is the data analysis. This is a huge data set, totally different data set from the data set 1. That was a small data set, belong to our country, that is India, and this is a completely different data set, different country. So these two data set basically represent two different scenarios, two different terms, two different conditions, two different conditions as well. Same, accordingly we have to choose different techniques for that. Same techniques, ML and DL, different algorithms are used for both the data sets. And if I say one particular technique, technique number 1 is giving or providing good result for data set 1, that doesn't mean that same result or same good accuracy is achieved by this data set 2. That is totally different. This is the analysis in graphical form. Next, number of observation per hour per month, and one latitude longitude based Chicago city map is there. This was all done by the programming. This basically these two data set are time series data set, and these are time series means the totally conditions are different, total scenarios are different. The result are showing in the right hand side. The result are based on R2 square, MSE that is mean square error, mean absolute error, and RMSE that is relative root mean square error. Also, I basically try to convey the information that accuracy. The previous data set explained that accuracy is 99.2% for a testing data set and 99.5 for the training data set. But in this case, the scenario is totally different. So the accuracy is little less, 68% and 68.3% and 68.4% for training and testing data sets. The conclusion basically is that my main concern first was to find the congestion estimation or to predict the congestion among the vehicles, and the second is to categorize that congestion in the levels, level 0 and level 1 for no congestion or congested data set, congested level or congestion among the vehicles respectively. Different models can be used for predicting the congestion. My main concern or my main parameter was waiting time and the congestion level. The first data set having 21 variables, among 19 were the independent one and 2 were the dependent variables, and the second have more than 30 variables. Next is the congestion level, which I have already mentioned that I have chosen 2 levels, but more than 2 levels can be considered. For example, severe congestion, less congestion, moderate congestion, and no congestion. These kind of levels can be achieved on the basis of the classes we can categorize. On the basis of waiting time, the threshold waiting time can be set, suppose 5 seconds, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, and 15 onwards to 25 say. So this level can be managed accordingly. Then the comparison. I have mentioned few approaches and compare the results basically among the techniques and among the data set. Both the comparisons have already done with the graphical forms as well as tabular form. Next, some few points. Some key points are concerned here, because this topic is not just related to the technical field but the ecosystem or eco-friendly concern point of view. It is also important. This is related to our day-to-day life. We are more concerned about this topic because according to the traffic index by TomTom, the average spending time or the delay time of the Delhi Heights, basically I am particularly mentioning Delhi Heights here specifically because in 2020 a survey was conducted among 57 different countries and Delhi was at the 8th number. So you can imagine we are so much congested. We are present here in the so much congested area. And second, Bangalore traffic, the recent news basically, the third point is concerned with the Bangalore traffic 40-month deadline to ease Bangalore traffic on 20th June 2022. This statement and this deadline basically given by deadline was given by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji on 20th June because this is the second concern Bangalore traffic in case of Indian scenario. And next, researchers can main focus on ITGS, basically Intelligent Transportation System Based Application. AI is one of them. We can use IOV also, Internet of Vehicles. We can use another simulators like Traffic to Network Simulator to communicate or to convey the vehicles to node form so that it can be easy to visualize and we can relate things more easy or enhanced way. So these are the references from my papers. I have opted 2019 to basically starting with the 2019 because that was the time when I start my research work. And thank you for this.
Yes, Deepika, you did a good research. My concern is how many research papers, journals papers that you have referred
Sir,
till date. But here actually I did not find any journals.
no, sir, I have mentioned actually in the reference. Sorry, I can't operate this. In the reference, I have mentioned all the journals basically, and especially uh, till when I basically presented my review paper in
Give the
2020.
name in one journal that you have actually.
Sir, IEEE Access and Adobe
IEEE Access
Networks,
actually journal.
Adobe Network Journal, and one.
It is IEEE transactions on Adobe Network
No,
journal.
sir, it is a Springer based Springer journal.
It is a Springer
Yes,
published journals,
yes,
right?
sir. And I have published my paper in SSRN Electronic Journal from elsewhere actually.
It is
It is
SSCI.
SSRN.
Oh, I thought that is SSCI indexed.
No, sir. And yes, sir. And SSRN
Name of
Electronic
the
Journal.
journal.
And this results based paper is already ready. That
Sure,
is
let us
ready
come to the
communicate.
technical points. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Have you gone through any intelligent traffic management system papers?
Yes, sir.
Delhi has adopted this intelligent traffic management system that's coming up in 2024. I think this congestion actually, this is one of the parameter. And which types of prediction algorithms that you have actually taken care of? This is my first question. Second question is, whenever you are measuring the accuracy, what are the parameters that you have taken?
Okay, sir. So techniques are different. I have mentioned three techniques basically here, but I have done my work on 8 or 9 algorithms basically, and from the machine learning algorithm, and I have also done my work on the deep learning based application also, because I have predicted my congestion in my work that. Up to that level I had done my work, and the best result are from gradient boosting GB technique, that is R2 score is 94.4%, that is the maximum up to which I have done my work. And
No, that means you see 94.2% accuracy. That means this model has predicted 94
yes,
point
sir.
accuracy.
Yes, sir, the variation.
Of how much of data set कितना use किए थे
Sir,
आपने?
this is the smallest data set.
हाँ.
1989 nodes are considered.
Okay, that is a sumo simulator.
Yes, sir. Sumo
database.
simulator. Yes, sir. And
But whenever you talk about this US database model,
yes, sir.
then how much the database it was?
So that is more than 2 lakh.
Then in that case, what is the accuracy?
Accuracy is less, sir.
Now, what is that?
68.3 for the training and 68.4 in the testing data set. This
Do you
is
think that 68% is acceptable? No.
I'm still working on that, but I'm more focusing on my primary data, so that's why. But I'm still working, I'm simultaneously working on the same data set, both the data set basically, and I'm working on that.
But sumo simulator, that actually it is not a predictive, I think, model. It is just a simulator
yes, sir,
to graphically picturize the
yes,
videos.
Yes, sir.
But how the sumo is related to your research?
So sumo is a generator basically that generate my data set, my traffic data set, real time based data set. So I can get the data set from the sumo. I can generate particular time, I can choose the two-wheeler, four-wheeler, pedestrian also.
Okay, my last question is, what are the parameters that you have taken for the accuracy? How generally a model accurately predict? Then what are the various parameters? What are the metrics that you have chosen?
Sir, for that I have chosen basically the error. The mean square error I have considered the main parameter, because in this case
I'm talking in terms of any standard terms that is used in machine learning algorithms to find out the accuracy. No.
No, sorry. Thank you, sir.
Next we have Miss Anubhuti Yadav. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Just give me a minute. I'm just starting it. Good evening, to jury members and my fellow presenters and the organizing team. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Just a minute. So my study or my research idea is on the study of efficiency of e-markets, bibliometric analysis paper. I'm presently an MPhil scholar in Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. So I start my presentation with the word cloud that I made out of the bibliometric analysis, BiblioShiny R tool. When I talk about efficiency of e-markets, we know efficiency is a very complex term. Plus, we've used it very oftenly. That is it efficient? Is it not efficient? And e-marketplace is specifically when we're talking about e-marketplaces and when we go through the ministry guidelines that what do we mean by e-marketplace. So it's like it's in that they've counted every virtual place where buyers and sellers can meet. So we also include that. And when we talk about efficiency, we're talking about that does it use and best time and efforts and in simple language we're talking about competency and performance. So when we're talking efficiency in markets, I mean to say that e-markets have been adopted and over a period in last number of years, especially 10 years, we've adopted it at a greater pace. When we talk about penetration of internet, penetration of e-commerce markets, it's on an upward trajectory. And we want to find out, are these really working efficiently? Are we using our resources in a better way and not wasting them? So this is a simple model where we say who are the components and participants of the markets, or customers, sellers, talk about front end, back end, intermediaries, infrastructure, where there's a framework. We talk about e-markets, a basic framework where we include technological framework, we have managerial framework, and we have legal framework because we have rules and regulations for e-commerce websites also now with the Consumer Protection Act 2019 coming in. So we have explicit rules mentioned for e-commerce websites and their sellers. How are they liable? So these three frameworks, how do they make it? My study was basically when I started doing it, the curiosity I wanted to study was because of the rising number of complaints on the NCH, which is National Consumer Helpline. Over the number of years, I've checked their annual reports, and when they mention it, so they segregate the data sector wise, number of complaints on telephone, on every medium. So this is the e-commerce sector, the percentage of complaints which has been rising in the last 5 6 years. Then for my paper, so this is my term paper, which on which I did bibliometric analysis, and it's a further research idea as well to go further with it. So I've used systematic review procedure using the SPAR for SLR protocol, which is scientific procedures, and for systematic literature, where I have assembled the data from Scopus. My database has been the Scopus, and I have put in four. Keywords with efficiency of e-markets, e-commerce, efficiency in digital marketplaces, and e-business. From Scopus, the result was 10,113. Then we have arranged it and segregated it using articles, which is the final stages, journals, English, and my research was filtered up to 547 on which I did the data, and then did bibliometric analysis using performance analysis, science mapping, and we did a few of network analysis too. Then bibliometric analysis I've used, which is basically having a complete quantitative analysis, what has been published up to now about the topic. And for that, I've used VOSviewer and BiblioShiny of RStudio. When we look at the data, e-commerce data, as we said, I took the data from 2000 to 2021, which is last year, and so that's on the rising number. According to the Scopus analysis, that over the number of years the papers have published on e-commerce have been on these numbers, where there were very few, and but they have been rising the last couple of years. And when we segregate them by country, India stands on the 20th number with just 10 documents. And I might not have mentioned in it, but when we're talking about uh, science mapping and co-occurrences, so when I started, I used the um, word cloud of it, and the performance analysis, we've looked at the publication trend, influential articles. There's been one paper which has been cited 1984 times, the author, institutional, and on the country basis. Uh, then we did it on the country basis. So this is the thematic evolution that has come out of the analysis they have done. The papers that it started with electronic commerce, then they brought in picture multi-agent systems, then we had decision making, information technology, competition, behavioral research, and in the next, it has come up to supply chains, marketing, electronic commerce, innovations in it. The trend topics which are coming are data analytics, sustainable development, in the present. So this has been how the themes have developed over the years, or the trending things which have come up to 2021. So my future research idea is I want to know that we are adopting e-markets at a very rising pace, but are they really efficient? Are we not wasting our resources? So taking the idea from the financial markets, I want to talk about operational efficiency, informational efficiency, and allocational efficiency, and develop indexes on three of the efficiencies. Where operational efficiency, we're talking about how their operations are efficient. uh, Informational efficiency, are they giving is there no information asymmetry in the online markets? And allocational efficiency, from the economic term which we use, Pareto optimal, that our resources are being optimally utilized for it. Conclusion, I would like to say that it's in the initial phases. uh, they're conducted in developed nations. We have really lesser studies in India, and when the Scopus analyzes the data, it says the major studies are basically in computer science, but they're talking about the systems and the operations they're using it for. But for the management and business purposes, there are not much studies about it. Um, uh, I've just looking at the upward trajectory, which is making me curious to study it, and the frameworks and regulatory mechanisms which are coming into picture country to country, and how are we adopting it, and how is it making us better or not better. I would like to study that. These are the references, major references. I would say topmost. There were quite a few, but the ones which I think have been taken up, or I would say just selected a few of them. Thank you.
Yes, Anubhuti, it's a good effort, very nice work. It's a good topic as well. But I have a few very important.
I'm really sorry, sir, but your voice is really low.
Hello. Now, am
Yes,
I audible? Okay.
yes.
Yeah, first time I have heard it that my voice is low, so I was quite conscious. Yeah, Anubhuti, it's a good work you have done, but there are some very important, suggestions. One or two questions like, what did you learn from this bibliometric analysis you have done? What is your learning?
For bibliometric analysis, I would say it was more of just looking into what already has been done in e-markets,
Mhm.
what type of work has been done
What
in
were the
e-markets.
search queries, those keywords that you looked for?
I looked for efficiency in electronic markets, in
Okay,
digital marketplaces, in
okay,
e-commerce,
okay,
and in online markets. Because
okay.
if we choose one, there were not even 80 papers, some 79 papers were there. So when I increased and put in more
Hmm.
keywords, there were 10,000 papers out of it.
Yours is a typical bibliometric work, that's fine. But I really have a doubt that the model you presented at the end of your presentation is an outcome of the bibliometric. Hope it
No,
is
it's not
not.
an outcome of the
Yes,
bibliometric.
so it is a mismatch that you have to either identify, clarify, or that's
It's just
fine. You have
idea.
proposed it as a model, but
Um,
it is not an outcome of bibliometric,
okay,
right?
I'll
And a
change
very
that.
interesting thing I read in your conclusion, that study is in initial phase. Is it a conclusion
No,
of
it's
your
not.
research?
It's a research basically because
So
it's still on the rising factors. Like if
no,
I
no, no,
take a
Anubhuti, I'm not going into that thing. I'm just a simple, a simple learner, academician, student. I'm asking this question. The heading is conclusion. So conclusion is a conclusion of paper. You would have written like there is a rising upward trend year by year in the search queries I did, and
that's
the
correct.
most of the studies were done in UK, USA, or China. Right? These are basically whatever you have done, you conclude it. Right? Rather than
Correct.
saying that the study is in the initial phase, it is not a conclusion actually. This is just these small things make big difference when we write
Good
papers
to
and we
keep that in
make
mind. I think
quality presentations, right? So that's all from my side. I wish you all the best.
thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Next, we have Mr. Arijit Goswami and Dr. Bhavna Prajapati.
Yeah, very good evening, everyone. Should I share my slides?
Yes, sir, you can start with
Okay,
sharing your
thank you.
screen.
Thank you. Okay. Hope the slides are visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. First of all, a very good evening to all the panelists over there and all the members of the jury, people online and offline. I'm here along with my co-author, Dr. Bhavna Prajapati, to give a presentation on our paper, Green Product Awareness, Effect on Green Purchase Intentions of University Students. The basic idea of selecting this particular paper, particular topic is, just a sec. So just give me one sec. Sorry for the inconvenience. Technical glitches. Okay, just. Sorry, sir, and sorry, ma'am. Hope it's visible now.
Hello. Yes, yes, yes. It is visible.
So sorry, sir. So sorry.
It's okay,
So,
please.
okay. So the topic is very relevant in today's scenario. The concept green is often associated with terms such as like ecological marketing, ecological concern for consumers, social responsibility, natural sustainability, and this is the basic idea from where we have found this particular topic of green products. They have become more reliable, resolution, environmental friendly because at the end of the day, where we are moving towards, we really want a green environment, we want to survive, we want to sustain. And for that particular need, we need to go for green products. This is the basic idea behind selecting this particular topic. Now, moving ahead, my co-author will literature review was there. So to get through this particular green topic, we have gone through several literature reviews. Few of them we have mentioned, like the green marketing. Green marketing comprises all inclusive marketing activities that the authors are Korea T. Hensley, AV, and 2010. Next construct which we have gone through is green consumerism. Green consumerism is basically talking about green consumers are those consumers who make the intense effort to avoid purchasing potentially hazardous products. It's again taken from a particular author in the year 2016. Green product awareness, again from author Ritter AM, Vodkart M. Vaccaro, GLR, green perceived prices. These are the constructs which we have gone through few literature reviews and the papers I have been mentioning. Green perceived availability. This is again a construct which we have drawn from authors Yadavar, Pathak GS in the year 2017. Green perceived values. This is again a construct which was very helpful to go throughout this particular study. Green perceived quality, again from Chen Y, Lin C, Weng C, and 2015 T. Green purchase intention. So moving ahead, I would request my co-author, Dr. Bhavna Prajapati, to continue with their research methodology part.
Good evening, everyone. A quantitative research method was used to test the relationship among the variables' importance. In the study, the target population is five departments of ITM University, Raipur, and the ages of the students range from 18 to 31 plus. We are mentioning 31 plus because we offer the executive MBA programs to the corporate people. So we are considering them also as our target population. The study overall in all 550 respondents were contacted, and out of them 478 respondents have responded, and the statistical tool is CAP and SIM. The 30 liquor type measurement items were used in this research, which were adopted and modified from the previous study. This was done to improve the study quality, validity, and reliability with respect to all the variables. The questionnaire was based on 5-point Likert scale, ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. The analysis of the data collected was done on SPSS version 23.0 and structural equation modeling using Smart PLS 3.0. Based on the study of Anderson and Garbin, they have proposed that it has to be two process SEM, and for SEM it is measurement model and Smart PLS. And in this paper, we have tried to cover both the aspects. This is the measurement model which has been identified after going through the study. Having carefully scrutinized the outer loading of the following items like two factors of green perceivability, three factors of green perceived price, and one factor of green product awareness, two factors of green perceived value, and two factors of green perceived quality, and two factors of purchase intentions were deleted because they were having the lower loading, which was falling short in the threshold, that is, the values were less than 0.60. In order to check this, this is the outer loading. The Smart PLS algorithm was used to compute the outer loading, composite reliability, AVE, and CR. The results showed that the AVE stretched from 0.597 to 0.736, which meets the criteria for the convergent validity. As represented in the table, the outer loading, composite reliability, and AVE values are satisfied, that is, they are less than 0.60 as a factor loading for AVE, while CR is 0.70. To check the measurement of discriminant validity, the Forner and Larker method of comparing the square root of AVE with the construct correlation was used. We also go for HTMT, but we have not shown in the slides. The second aspect of PLS was to build and access the structural model. The R square is the principal criteria used to evaluate the structural model, and the R square reveals the variance in the endogenous construct, that is green purchase intention, which is explained by 5 exogenous construct. The R square value of the endogenous value, GPI, is 6.9% in the current study, which is presented in the table and showing a satisfactory level of prediction as suggested by a study, and it is the significant tolerable R square should be greater than 0.26 or 26% for the variance explained. This means that the descriptive power of GPI is acceptable among the university students, and the results derived from the Smart PLS bootstrapping for the structural modeling t-test are also represented in the following table. The F square effect size. The effect size was used by measuring the F square value with effect sizes. The value from 0.00 to 0.15 means small size, 0.15 to 0.35 means medium, and over 0.35 means the larger effect. In the study, F square value shows that all the endogenous variables are having the small effects on the purchase intentions. The multicollinearity, the predicted value variables variance inflated factor ranged between 1.703 and 3.002, and this falls in the acceptable range, where VIF values less than 5.0 means no multicollinearity problem is there. Therefore, in the study, the multicollinearity was not a concern. The hypothesis was tested and the result indicated that the path coefficient between green perceived quality and green purchase intentions has the most significant path connections. Following closely is the path green perceived price to green purchase intention, and the rest of the path, that is green perceived value to green purchase intention, green product awareness to purchase intention, finally green perceived probability to green purchase intentions are also there. It is acknowledged that when the test statistics is less than 1.96 and p-value is greater than 0.05, consequently, it has been concluded that hypothesis 3 is not supported, and rest all the hypotheses, that is 1, 2, 4, and 5 are supported at 0.001 significance level. This is the inner model and the T statistics model. And finally, for the discussion, I would like my co-author to continue.
As we have all done this calculation, and we have found that finally what we'll conclude is 66.9% of the variance in green purchase intention is explained by the five predators. Results of this study indicate that green perceived quality, which beta is equal to 0.293, has at most significant positive impact on university students' green purchase intentions. The second strongest predator of university students' green purchase intentions is green perceived price. So price is the second one, which is very impactful. And there was a positive path relationship between green perceived value to green purchase intention through the hypothesis which is mentioned, and green product awareness to green purchase intentions. This is what the conclusion is all about from this particular study, and these are the factors which motivate or inspire the students to go for this green products. These are the references which we have gone through. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so you said there is a green purchase intention and there is a positive relationship between price. So
right, sir.
What does it exactly mean? The price increases, the intention increases, or what?
Sir, as we all know that green products are quite expensive. Comparatively to the normal products, it's quite expensive. So green products is the younger students, like if you're talking about this particular generation to whom we have done this particular survey, they are accepting this particular thing. Because normally students, normally other people are not accepting this price constraint, because for them, if the prices are more, then the people are not accepting the products. But whereas the student fraternity who are very much aware of this green things, if the prices are high, they are still accepting the products.
Listen. Let me make this question clear. See, structural equation modeling is regression basically. It gives you a beta weight or something, which means that one is increasing, the other is increasing. So, sir's question is, if price is increasing, whether purchase intention is increasing. So, in what sense you have measured the price?
So we have just
that's pretty common sense suggests the price increases, the intention should go down. That's what the law of demand, right?
Yes, sir, but in case of green products, there are various journals also, various studies also, which we have gone through and which has concluded that green price, the price when the price increases, the green price, the purchase intentions of the consumer increases.
That's pretty interesting, because I thought the price is one of the barriers.
Sir, in the discussion part also it is very much mentioned. There are two major factors. First is the price quality, which is affecting the purchase intention, and second strongest factor which is supporting the purchase intention is the price. Because we have done the study amongst the youth, the age group is 18 to 31 plus.
Yeah, so at times that's a concern, no, because how sincerely they fill up the questionnaire is also being questioned at times. Nevertheless, there was a negative relationship between some variable. Could you please go back for a second? Maybe you quickly go back to the slide.
Yes, sir, the third hypothesis was not supported. That is,
So what was this relationship? Because I cannot read out. So could you please read out for me?
so green purchase awareness and green product intention to purchase.
That's
At
again
times,
that's
yeah.
again very illogical, no? If orientation increases, the intention should go up.
Yes, sir, and we were also very surprised because if like consumer behavior, if we study, awareness is always related with purchase intention. But here we have got this negative results. So we'll rework and we'll take this as a future future scope of our study, and we are working on this particular parameter.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
So you're absolutely right with this particular statement. Even we are astonished and surprised with this particular result. We will definitely work it out, sir, further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Last but definitely not the least, the last presentation is by Miss Anjani Kothari.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please share your screen.
Okay. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my research is a study on housewives' intention towards reuse, repair, and recycling of electronic products in Udaipur. So basically, sustainability is not only concerned with purchasing green products or purchasing environmentally friendly products. It's about purchasing products which last for a longer duration of time, reusing products, getting it recycled, reducing the consumption of products. So sustainability is the extended definition of sustainability includes everything: reuse, recycle, repair, everything. So, and the electronic industry that I've chosen electronic industry because it is one of the largest and innovative industry in the entire world. Like and even the e-waste is growing year by year. Like according to Global E-Waste Monitor 2020, e-waste worth 53.6 million tons was generated by consumers globally in 2019, up to 20% in 5 years, and out of which only 17.4% was sustainably recycled. Apart from that, India is the only country that studied intentions and behaviors of low income, has legislations on e-waste in Southern Asia. India is the only country that is having legislations on e-waste in Southern Asia, such as the Hazardous Waste Management Rules covered e-waste before e-waste management rules 2016. It is not only about e-waste. Even yeah, when e-waste is collected, like most of the housewives, what they do is they just give it to kabadi wala. That is an unauthorized scrap dealer, which should not be done because unauthorized scrap dealers do not have much skills that need to be that is needed to deal with the electronic waste so that the hazardous metals or the dangerous equipments can be extracted from that which are hazardous for the environment. So so most of the e-waste goes to the unauthorized e-waste collectors, which should not be done. Now, review of literature. We have done review of literature through a systematic review of literature using the SALSA framework. So in that first, the articles were taken from African Journal, Science Direct, and Google Scholars. For this particular research, we have around 62 studies we have selected, out of which duplicate studies were 17, which were removed. After removal of duplicate studies, 45 were left, and out of that 15 were excluded because they were published before 2006, and since we have considered only the latest reviews, that's why we haven't used the publications which were done after 2006. Number of full text studies screened were 30, and after that we excluded conference papers and editorial letters. So, inclusion and exclusion criteria, studies have been predefined keywords. So, all these four things were included. That is primary and original data, articles, book, and doctoral thesis were concerned. Study is freely accessible and based on the predefined keywords present in the abstract or title both. And the publications before 2016, duplicate studies, conference proceedings, and editorial letters were excluded. When I studied about e-waste management strategies, I came these are the 10 countries which I concluded had e-waste management strategies from the review of literature that I studied. There's India has e-waste management rules 2016, while among certain countries whom review of literature I reviewed, it was found that Ghana was the only Monaco was the only country which has no specific regulations on management of e-waste till date, which is one of the worst thing, because e-waste is very harmful, and if there is no specific regulation of e-waste, and the country is generating tons of e-waste every year. So if it is not if there is no specific regulations and no action is taken on that, that would be very harmful for the environment. So these are the 10 countries: India, Ghana, Monaco, Portugal, UK, Japan, USA, China, South Africa, and the countries of Europe. Now, problem. The objective of our study are to study the actual behavior regarding buying, reselling, repair, reuse, and recycling. To understand the factors influencing the housewife's intention, and third is to study the effect of demographic factors of housewives on 3 R's. Method. So data was collected from both primary as well as secondary sources. Universe of this study was housewives using electronic gadgets in Udaipur. A sampling plan was to respondents were selected to investigate their intention towards reuse, repair, and recycling of electronic products. Sampling size was the study was done on 500 housewives. Sampling methods was convenient sampling method was used.
Deepika, can you put it on presentation mode actually?
Sorry, sir.
It
Sorry,
will be
sir.
better visible to us.
Yes. Sir, is it clear?
Yes, now it is better.
Okay, sir. So, yes. So, these were the objectives. After that, I was talking about the methodology. So, data sources, universe of this study, sampling plan, sample size, 500 housewives were selected, methods, convenient sampling method was chosen, and data analysis tools like a sample t-test was taken, which was SPSS. So demographics, the data which we collected, the age on the basis of the demographics, age, education, household income, and household size. These were age was divided among 4 category: education among 4, household income again 4, and household size in 3 categories. And of that percentage, we found that majority of the respondents were of the age group 25 to 40. And among education, postgraduate wives were there. Household income were 2 to 5 lakhs per annum, and household size was majority of the respondents has about 2 to 4 members in their family. Now, results and discussion. Hypothesis 1: factors constituting sustainable strategies have significant influence on housewives' attitude towards reuse, repair, and recycle. So, 3R dimension and customer attitude has been measured using Likert scale. 1 never, and 2 5, which was most frequently. Scale items are used to measure consumer opinion towards reuse, repair, and recycling strategies. So these are the three R categories. These were the statements which were answered by the respondents on the Likert scale, and the last three, that is storage facility, presence of collectors of e-waste, subjective norms, social pressures. These were the three factors considered. I just want to bring this thing into notice that there are various factors which influence the housewife's intention, and there are various factors which I have identified from a review of literature. But out of that, not been selected because because this is a part of a larger study which is undergoing, and among them, when I just got the questionnaire filled by the respondents, I found that these are the three major factors which are influencing. So this study is a part of a larger study which is currently undergoing, which is a study on sustainable consumption behavior of urban consumers by the consumers of southern Rajasthan, and that is also done by me and my guide Professor Meera Mathur, and under MHRD, under the RUSA scheme. So these are the three factors which I have identified from that studies, and that is why I have taken only these factors out of n number of factors which influence. So, from the descriptive statistics, it can be confirmed that respondents show a positive attitude towards product recycling. To further test results from descriptive analysis, we applied one sample t-test. The one sample t-test is used to determine whether a sample comes from a population with a specific mean. From the present analysis, researcher tests the data with hypothesis mean of 3. This equates to declaring statistical significance at the p less than 0.5 level. One sample t-test. These are the factors. These are the variables like recycle, repair, reducing, and these are the last three are the factors. This is the value of t-test, and this is the and this is the confidence interval. The p-value of majority of dimensions are, therefore it can be concluded from the mean value analysis that women customers buy new electronics even if the older ones are still working, occasionally get gadgets repaired in spite of purchasing new ones, and less likely to prefer to buy second-hand or reassemble gadgets. Housewives also willing to get products recycled rather than disposing them in environmentally unfriendly manner, and occasionally reusing electronic products. Further, respondents to storage facilities, collectors of social pressure for promoting sustainable behavior towards electronic goods. Hypothesis 2, there is no relationship between demographic factors on sustainable behavior. To identify that the variation in respondents' perception across demographic categories, ANOVA analysis was used with SPSS version 19 software. The ANOVA provides a statistical test of whether or not the means of several groups are all equal. The results on ANOVA were provided in Table 4. Table 4 demographics and ANOVA
Your
results.
time is already over, so can you
Okay,
please?
okay. So I'm moving to conclusion and suggestions. So, sorry, sir. Now, conclusion. Basically, my conclusion is the housewives showed the positive responses towards recycling of electronic products. They prefer to get their products recycled rather than disposing them in an environmentally unfriendly manner. And the major factors which influence were storage facility, subjective norms, and presence of collectors of e-waste. And then suggestions that basically that 2 or 3, that first of all we should not get the not purchase electronic products every now and then. We should get it repaired, or we should get it recycled or repaired. And apart from that, we must not especially housewives, and even not housewives, we must not give it all to unauthorized scrap dealers, that is kabadi wala, because they don't have the required skills to deal with it. And this is the bibliographic analysis which was done using the WASPware, and these are the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anjani.
Yes.
You have applied ANOVA, so can you tell me? I know the dependent variables. Which was the independent variable?
So actually, to be honest, these are the tests which I didn't apply. This is a paper which was done combined. It was a combined effort of me, my guide, and my co-guide, and this analysis was done by him. So that analysis portion I won't be able to answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine then if you have not done it. So I cannot ask questions on statistics part.
Yes,
What is
because I
what is the final conclusion of the study? Like you have done it on working women or any like housewives or what?
housewives. The study
Housewives.
has been done on
So your
housewives.
findings tell what they are doing this recycling reuse in what or not?
Like just a minute, sir. So my findings suggest that they don't get it. They don't purchase second hand goods. Like they don't reuse. Housewives rarely go for purchasing the second hand goods, but they do get it recycled. Or they most of the housewives that I found was that they give it to kabadi walas.
Okay.
So was the worst from my study that I can say.
Okay, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. We will now take a very quick break of 10 minutes. You can all have tea in ground floor hall and please come back after 10 minutes. Thank you. We'll have the valedictory session after that. हम नहीं कर सकते, वो करेंगे. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I, Sonali,
And I, Rupakshi.
welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of Anusandhan 2022, third annual research competition on emerging trends for sustainable ecosystem. It gives us immense pleasure to announce that RDIS has successfully completed yet another edition of Anusandhan under the guidance of our respected Director Sir and Dean Madam. On behalf of all the members, I would like to thank convener Anusandhan Dr. Akanksha Upadhyay, conference co-conveners Ms. Ritika Gupta and Ms. Renu Jakar for their hard work in the entire planning phase till the completion of this competition to make this event successful.
I will now request our session experts to give their valuable feedback to the participants and address the gathering.
Esteemed fellow panelists, conveners of the program, and dear participant, it's immense pleasure to be here, and all of us thoroughly enjoy this event, and we really appreciate the effort of Rukmani Devi Institute for holding one such kind of event which I am yet to see anywhere else. Promoting the research through this competitive mode is really, really amazing. Most of the time it is being done in the form of a conferences, seminar where the best papers are being given, but this is a kind of a standalone activity wherein the focus is to bring the competitiveness and the collaborativeness amongst the researcher so that we can identify they are the researcher who are working well in their respective domain. And the good thing is whether the paper is your idea you can present, or whether the research work which you have done, or maybe the present research which you are carrying out, all are being appreciated here. And that's really, really amazing. And linking it with the award is also a very good incentive, I would say. So we thoroughly enjoy the deliberations today. And what was amazing is somebody sitting in Ladakh giving presentation, somebody traveled all the way from MS University, Baroda to give a presentation, somebody sitting in Udaipur is giving presentation, and people have come here. That's really, really a true spirit of any research entity where the collaborative work is being done in a hybrid mode in true sense. People were presenting through online mode, people were presenting through offline mode as well. And also the selection of panel was also being done in such a judicious manner that there was no specific area that has to be represented. They try to identify people from the various domain and then bring out our collective view. And let me tell you, it was very, very difficult for us when we took a short break, and all of us has a very, very different viewpoint on several things. And that's the beauty of the research. Research is all about deliberation, discourse, discussions, right? And in fact, on some of the occasion, even we were divided. Who should be judged as best and whose work was nice. We brought on a lot of variables. Well, the theme was on sustainability. Well, how did the participant present it? How did the participant defended the question? And we have gone to that kind of granularity. So that shows a very healthy symptom for any research institution. And I must again compliment the institution for bringing this culture. And We would, I mean, I don't know whether my fellow participant would like to express their view or not, but I would like to, within my view and the collective view, one thing which sir has also rightly said, that we should understand it is not the tool which should drive your research. And we always say this, and you should also understand this, that the point here is not to do a statistical jargonizing and doing some calculation and try to mask the real issue under the umbrella of statistical terminology. Right? It should be there, it should be used, but it should not be misused. Right? So that's the one feedback which we had amongst us, is a lot of time, no, people are using certain statistical technique or certain tools or certain software for the sake of using it. Right? So that is something which we need to be a little bit more careful. That was one of our feedback. And the second thing is, don't forget it is a competition for research ideas. So your central theme or research idea should clearly come out from your discussion. And all of us, you are knowing that it is a 10 minutes time. So it was up to you how to place those 10 minutes time, because that's the case everywhere. In the life also, we have been given very limited opportunity, limited time, right? We don't have an abundance of everything. So this is where we have to be really, really very understand the fact that the 10 minutes were being given. So it's like you are being asked to give a presentation or you market your idea. So what you would present? You would present the best footing of yours wherein you are most confident and comfortable. So I think that is another takeaway. That's the another thing which you would like to suggest, that whenever in such kind of event, if time frame is being given, then we should actually practice it before coming here or before giving presentation, and then deliver it. Right? So that's the another thing which I would like to suggest. And third, obviously, uh, it's always good to relate with whatever is being, the central theme which is being given or which is being discussed there. So that's another thing which I would like to suggest, whenever in future when you, even if your area is not directly related to that particular topic, but you can always do some sort of tweaking, some sort of, alignment of your research issue with the theme, broad theme. I am not saying exactly the same terminology. Having said that, that was not our consideration for evaluation. Let me very tell you. I mean, don't be worried by the fact that whatever I am speaking is the judgment criteria. These are my viewpoint, right? These are my personal viewpoint, wherein I feel that these are the things which you should take into account whenever you are giving presentation. So we thoroughly enjoyed this particular event. It was really, really very enriching experience for all of us. And luckily, the all areas were being represented. And I wish, Akansha ji, this event goes to an extent that you have to have a committee to shortlist the presentation at one day. And you said that I have only 10 slots or 20 slots and I got 200 papers, and there would be a preliminary committee who would shortlist it, and then only the only selected few would be presenting. I wish that this would come very soon, I'm sure. And given the fact that though it was being no more of a referral kind of thing where people suggested each other, and this event has organically grown up. But I'm sure with the kind of idea you have, right? I think there would be a soon a day wherein you would say, I got a 400 papers for this particular event, and we could not simply do it because of the 400, so we restricted to shortlisting by only 10 papers or 20 paper. That would be the day when we would be actually winning. Today it's an initiative, but certainly I'm looking forward for that particular day. Thank you very much once again, organizer, for giving this wonderful opportunity to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed towards prize distribution for the competition. The best research work will be awarded from 4 different tracks and will be awarded a memento, certificate of appreciation and a cash prize of rupees 11,000. And for this, I request our session experts, Dr. Pushpendra Singh, Professor A.K. Mohapatra, Dr. H.K. Dangi, Dr. Arun Mittal, and conference convener, Dr. Akansha Upadhyay, to kindly come up on the stage.
आर्किटेक्ट तो आप ही हैं प्लीज प्लीज और वैसे भी हम लोगों को लोग कह रहे थे कि जेंडर बायस है, आप चारों मेल एक्सपर्ट को बुला लिया
We'll begin with the HR track first. So in HR track, we have a tie between two participants. We have Ms. Ritika Sharma, who presented her work on workplace bullying, a threat to social sustainability in healthcare ecosystem. And the other participant is Ms. Abha P. Shukla. She's present online.
ask the Abha to
Ms. Abha, can you please switch on your webcam?
or maybe she lost the hope. Oh yeah. Maybe you were so critical
Yes, ma'am.
मेरी आदत देने की कम है Abha is there, so या तो फोन कर लीजिए उनको
No, she actually switched on her webcam. Uh, she did. No, she did. I'll ask her again. Abha ma'am, can you please switch on your webcam again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks to the Anusandhan 2022
Next, we have the
for the
winner of the
giving me this
finance
event.
track, and the winner is Dr. Bhavin Rajput, who presented his work on sustainable insurance ecosystems, a booster dose to revitalize operating efficiency. Congratulations, sir. Next, we have the marketing track. Next, we have the marketing track, and the winner is Dr. Tanika Arora, who presented her work on an investigation of the effective drivers of social commerce intentions, the mediating effect of trust. We also have a special mention to Professor Meera Mathur, who presented her work on an empirical study of issues, challenges, and prospects of sustainable consumption in selected cities of Rajasthan and Gujarat. Professor Meera.
Meera Mathur. She's there.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, Meeraji, if you could listen to us, I am representing the experts here, jury members. And we jury thought that it is beyond our capacity to award you because you are such a eminent and senior person, but we thought we would expand this list, and we requested the organizer to give a special honor to you in terms of a letter of appreciation for encouraging your student, and you being such a senior researcher still devoted so much time and presented your ideas. So we are thankful to you, and there would be a letter of appreciation, and there would be a special research award for you, and especially the fact that you motivated and encouraged so many young researchers at your end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really thank the organizer for motivating me because this is a subject which is close to my heart. So I want more researchers to join the brigade. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you.
Last, we have the IT track, and the winner is Miss Deepika, who presented her work on a review on various issues, challenges, and different methodologies in vehicular environment.
I would take one more minute. I'm sorry I'm intervening in between, but let me also compliment the work which is being done by Santanu. We really very appreciated his effort for common cause for which he is doing the research. Unfortunately, our constraint was we were only trying to appreciate the work in the domain of research. So probably, yes, Santulanji. So probably we missed out on that part, but otherwise we really acknowledge the kind of product which you are trying to develop. We wish you all the best. I don't know whether this award may be one part, but your effort for developing this very need which is there for the society, and all of us agreed on that part. But since this award was meant for the research work that is to be carried out, that is why this is being awarded. So wish you all the best.
Congratulations to all the winners. Now we request all the participants to come up on stage for their to collect their participation certificate. We'll start with first Miss Ritika Sharma. I would request the session experts to please stay on the stage. Thank you. Miss Ritika Sharma. Dr. Bhavin Rajput. Dr. Bhavin Rajput. Dr. Tanika Arora. Mr. Santulan Chaube. Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra. Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra. Miss Aditi Srivastav. And Miss Deepika. But you're requested to stay back just for 2 minutes. Thank you again to all the participants who have participated in this competition and shared their knowledge with us.
Now I would request session experts to be on the stage for giving away the certificates and mementos to the convener and co-conveners of this competition. I would like to call upon Dr. Akansha Upadhyay, Ms. Ritika Gupta and Ms. Renu Jhakar on the stage.
This should have been the first. You have something? Yes, that is. मैडम नहीं ये तो खुद करेंगे आइए हम चारों दे आइए कम हाँ सही है Really, it requires a lot of hard work.
Thank you everyone. To stay updated on the latest events by Ardice, you can visit us on our website and you can follow us on LinkedIn and Facebook as well. I would request all the participants to please come up on stage for a group photograph.
Why participant? Ask everybody.
Okay, and the faculty members, please.
या अगर आपको दो बैच में करना है तो बात है
We can have it in two, that's fine. Can we have the participants, please?
First participant and then everybody.
Yeah.
हाइट जो है पीछे रह सकता है
Should we call the faculty members also then? Now the faculty members, please.
Please come on the stage, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful Sunday.